end to their day yesterday, and what a crazy one it was. So let's go ahead and take a little peek at yesterday's action. You can see we got to zoom all the way out just to get it to fit on the screen. We started off a little small, little balance here. Then we balanced a little bit higher. The market took off to the upside, came right back down all the way to the low, made a new low, ended up getting stuck. A bunch of stuck traders on that 4100, and then rallied into the close, finishing the day on a spike. And as of right now, we are opening up below the spike, which is to me a little bit a sign of rejection. And here's kind of what I think the play might be. So let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. And so this is kind of what I'm thinking here. So if you look at each of these days and think about them as separate days, or separate TPO periods, like A, B, C, D, like that, right? Okay, so we know when we get in excess of a period, we like to break it off into a new profile. Okay, and so we've got excess. The market moved down, right, pretty rapidly off the high. We went from 4200 to 4090, so 200-point move in just 3 days, right? So a pretty decent move. Market got a little bit too short and had to cover. So yesterday's spike high didn't break that previous day's high, didn't break this high. So kind of what we have to assume until then is that this level here, this 40, there's like 44, we'll just call it 43 quarter, but I mean half back to like 47 was a level that we liked yesterday, or 48. It has to test this level. If it tests this level and doesn't make a new high, or if the market can't make a new high today, I think there's good odds that we rotate all the way down to that 4100. And that's kind of my reasoning, is just that this might have just been a nice short covering rally. The market did get a little bit too short, and so it had to go up before it can go back down. But one thing that will completely take me off of that narrative would be a break of this high. A break of this high basically, to me, just seems like, here we go, and so then we'll pop up the other chart here so we can zoom out a little bit more easily.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Dad. Um, we'll start on the monthly just to maintain this perspective. So it's this 4141 is this previous, oh, this is on the, this 4141 right here is on the previous month's high. We're above that now. So that's what I'm saying. If we come back down and test that, we should find buyers right there. And then that would be a nice spot to get long from a pullback. But if we get too much below that area, it's kind of like we're showing acceptance back inside this previous monthly balance, and we may, go back down and test that 4,000 level. Zooming out to the weekly, we're still one time framing up, so we haven't had any change in that. So far this week, we're inside last week's range, so we're just kind of balancing here. Last week's range high was that 4208 half. So that would be the target on the upside if we are able to break out. But no change on the weekly here. And then on the daily, that's the only spot that we've kind of seen a little bit of change, where we had kind of this one time framing down, but now we've kind of resumed trend. So everything is, looking pretty strong. So that's why I'm saying that 4140 would be a nice pullback to possibly buy. But if they're not able to hold that, and if they're not able to go above today's high today at some point, I think that's going to start to show a little bit of weakness, and maybe the market needs to go a little bit lower in order to find some help. And then we do have this gap up here starting, basically right at the high. We still have that gap above, just a small one. Other than that, that's pretty much it. Jason, good morning. Lecker, good morning. I promise I'm not ignoring you on YouTube, but I don't have the chat up on YouTube. So. I promise I'm not ignoring.
Good morning.
What's up, Kevin?
Another beautiful day.
Yeah. Today could be a fairly neutral day too, because looking at the investing, there's only crude oil inventories at 10:30, and then that's pretty much it as far as news events. You got Fed Waller at 1:45. We got Fed Bar in 44 minutes. And then you have Williams is on right now. So a couple headlines here early on, but then after that 10:30 oil report, nothing until 1. So may get some action early on, but after the initial move, we might not get much. 1 second, guys. All right, so we're breaking the Globex low here.
So all the sectors being green, is that from the Globex or is that from yesterday?
That's from yesterday.
Chat session.
Yeah, that's from yesterday. Yeah, it'll update like probably like 30 seconds after the market opens. Still got 9 minutes, guys. I mean, there's just not much going on.
There's no pre-counts today, or there's no counts that are before market today, which is, I don't know, kind of typical or atypical for what we've been seeing.
Yeah, so maybe a low volume day today. Morning, Tommy.
Kind of what it seemed like.
It's interesting that we're opening up 30 handles off the high, so pretty decent amount off of the high. You wonder if Globex is normally weaker hands traders, and they kind of propped it up early, but it looked like they got rejected off the settle and then pretty much traded down all night. So you wonder if they're going to get run over early here, or if sellers are going to come in, or people are going to start liquidating from yesterday. Because yesterday was a pretty high volume day comparatively. 1.9 mil. Last time we saw that was on this high, 1.82.
In the president's speech last night, got pretty good reviews. That might make me positive on the market. Hard to say.
What's that? What'd you say?
The president's speech last night.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
pretty
Did
good.
you watch that?
Yeah, it actually wasn't. Yeah, I gotta give him some credit. Actually, it wasn't terrible.
I was saying the same thing.
He
I
didn't,
was saying the same thing. He did
didn't stutter.
good.
Yeah, he did pretty well. I was kind of
Yeah,
surprised
and
actually.
it was. I mean, he had those Republicans pissed. It was hilarious. They were like yelling shit at him. It was
Yeah,
like,
but
you know,
he
it was,
just
that shit was
issued him.
fun.
I mean, he turned it.
Yeah, he threw some.
I
He
mean,
threw some jokes at them. It was funny, but it was like, it was just. I mean, it's late at night. He's got a lot going on during the day. You know, for him to hold it together that well that late at night,
yeah,
he did
sitting
good.
down.
He was very uncommittal on a lot of the things he actually said. Like, he didn't really say much, but like, he didn't really talk about like
But,
how fucked we are. But
but
he
just
was
the,
just kind
didn't,
of like, could be worse.
just the fact that he didn't gaff was pretty decent.
Reminded me of a pep rally when you know you're going to get killed in the game.
Yeah, he did a great job. You know, the school was fucking pumped. They thought for sure they were gonna win, and then Sunday night, that's it. It's over. People are already like trying to.
Trump put out a counter. Trump put out a counter one that was good.
Oh, a counter.
He didn't insult them or not, but he just told the truth.
Oh, I'll have to watch it. Even though Trump's like,
Trump.
Good morning, gentlemen.
he's so funny, dude. He's like, Trump's like that kid that like lost a game and just like can't give it up. He's like, I didn't lose. I was cheated. I should have won. It's like that Seinfeld episode. You ever seen that Seinfeld episode where Jerry's the fastest kid in the class, but he cheated, and so then he only raced the kid one time, never raced him again.
Yeah, I choose not to run.
Yeah, he's like, I choose not to. Yeah, and then George like pretends like he doesn't know him, backs him up on his story and everything.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, BJ, what's up?
Hey, good.
You're seeing volatility here early, kind of like. I'm kind of in a tight range since like 7:45 this morning, and then all of a sudden we just kind of took the stops on both sides and came back into this little balance here. So we can assume that we'll probably open up with a fairly negative tick because, you know, we're 20 handles off of the settle. The breadth will probably open up fairly negative. So the biggest driver for us today will be that weighted AD in the sectors. Like I said, I think that we're probably gonna come down into that like 41-ish area, and there, if we get a nice strong reaction from buyers, I think there's some buying opportunity there. Um, but other than that, like if we can't break yesterday's high, it's going to be a struggle fest to get anything actually going to the upside, and I think we might see the market either just kind of pause here on a low volatility day with only a couple Fed speakers and no real economic data, or maybe some more selling. James George, good morning.
It front ran the 50 for now.
Oh yeah.
Man, looks like I got a little wild yesterday after I got off.
Yep, it did. Went all the way up, and then all the way down, and then all the way back up. And this 48 yesterday is a level that, like, as we were going up, it really looked like sellers got stuck, and then the short covering continued. And so if they break below that 48, I think there's some stops under there. And we might head down to the 20 or something. You know, you've seen that 20 be so reactive. And if we were to smash all the profiles together, we would see that as well. Oh, I forgot to do. All right, now we're ready. I can feel it. They were saying on Tasty Trade today that Microsoft's going to license out that ChatGPT to other companies so everybody else can use it, but they're probably going to charge a fat fee. All right, there we go. We get an open. Let's in here a little bit. Our overnight inventory is net short here. So a little bit of correction of overnight inventory is expected. We get that negative tick. We've got a negative, negative NYSE breadth. NASDAQ breadth's not bad. And we see our sectors are pretty flat. Consumer discretionary communications getting beat down pretty rapidly here. A lot of contracts just tried to trade right there. At that 55. Nice. So back and forth through the open, really indecision. You've got that A low not able to take the Globex low there, and then a nice strong reaction right through the open. The NASDAQ is actually looking pretty strong, a lot stronger than the ES here. Dow's not too strong, but doesn't look that bad. VIX is pretty neutral. It's 1880. Back through the open or back to the open, right? More indecision here. A lot of buyers seem to be showing up down here, this 53 to 51 area. E-count starting right out the gate. Netflix, or speaking of Netflix, what's it called? The NASDAQ just fucking shit the bed. How low can we go? How low can we go? Let's see if the bounce takes us over the open. Again, a pretty tight range here. You can see where this is a 5-day volume profile here on the right side. So you can see where like high volume's at 48. And that's where I think the stops are at. So if they can get below that, I think we can get all the way down to these 30s. But if we can't get below that 48, then Abisque. But I've only taken shorts. I'm just shorting every time we come back through the open. You know, kind of selling rallies or waiting for the rally to die out and then getting on board with it at some point. This is kind of the third time that they've done this little bounce off the low. So those buyers are definitely down there from like we said, like that 53 to 51 area. Sellers tried to break through right there, but were unsuccessful, and so then we get, you know, a little bounce off of short covering here. Watch the sectors here. So you got tech is really strong, healthcare is really strong, financials is not bad, but then the rest of these sectors are kind of, you know, a little bit bearish. They're starting to get a little bit better here though. But we'd like to see, I mean, I don't know what's going on. Is Amazon getting killed or something? Like, why is consumer discretionary down so much? I mean, they're putting in good volume here, I feel like, you know, tapering wise, and building kind of a ledge here. Where's Amazon? Yeah, Amazon's down 1% here. AMD's up 1%. Yeah, real mixed bag. So Apple's green from the open, Microsoft's green from the open, Google's red from the open, down 1%, Amazon's down 1% from the open. That's where this push and pull is here, guys. We've got Apple and Microsoft's up like 1%, but Google and Amazon are both down 1%. So here's our fight here. And this is when that indicator that I created kind of becomes handy. So these are percentages of these stocks from the open. These are like the biggest stocks in the S&P 500, and you can see the push-pull right here. We've got Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. Right now, Google and Amazon are winning. $17 contracts trade on this high tick, getting a lot of volume up here. There they go. They keep pressing it. Is it just me, or does it seem like choppy? The book doesn't look thin. Well, it kind of looks thin on the upside. Maybe that's why. Bot. Oh, the bot's in a call? Okay. Nice.
Yeah, half of them got in already. The second one using the alt data hasn't gotten in. It's going to get a little confusing because I'm going to be announcing like there's two different bots running. One is using the regular way that I was downloading the data, and one is using the old way that I was downloading the data. And the the new way got in, but the old way is still waiting. It hasn't gotten the indications. So we'll see how it plays out. But I am so liking the fills that it does for NVIDIA. I did
Nice.
a buy order at 718 and it filled at 686.
Nice.
It's nice when it does that.
Tick's breaking above zero here. And look at consumer discretionary. It's really cooled off. J Trader, what's up, man?
Today's a double contract day too, because of the closing counts from yesterday.
Hmm.
It'll be interesting to see how well this plays.
Right up to the VWAP there. Same as the NASDAQ. NASDAQ came up to the VWAP and kind of cooled off just a little bit.
Second bot should be getting in any second. It should be getting into a call. Holy shit, it sounds like it's storming outside.
Buyers look good. They're stepping up. Bids are stepping up.
It got into a call. So we're in.
Google's only down 0.7 now. Amazon's still down about 1%. Still a relatively small range so far. We're just kind of button up right against the VWAP. There we go, right above it. Buyers stepped up nicely there.
Bot should do a double down. Bot did the double down in NVIDIA. Just a good sign. Should do the double down in AMD any minute.
That's mine. Like, where are the settings for it? It should just reset the start of every session, and I just have it on the one 24-hour session. You might have it on a cash session. This is just a 24-hour VWAP. I've only got one lot left now. I just closed the last one at 65.75. It's yours, 41.61.22. How many
One
contracts is
bot
a
is
lot?
out.
It's just one. I'm just trading. Well, I'm normally trading 3 contracts at a time. So one contract is one lot. They're like they're the same.
One bot sold.
Damn, already?
Yeah, NVIDIA. Well, it was it has a
Nice
pretty low
pop.
threshold. That one's looking for something very, very modest.
Oh, yeah, Nvidia is on a nice pop too. They're above yesterday's high already.
The second one just did its second buy. It filled exactly on the number. And I think I have it set to an 8-cent variance. So it actually filled on exactly the number. So that's a hell of a. This thing's on a rip though. This thing's ripping hardcore. It just did another buy. AMD just did its double down.
Yeah, AMD's on a tear as well. Damn. Looks like AMD might
Both
try to
of
run to
them.
90.
Both of them did double down. Holy shit. How did they do on
Man.
fills? It had 354 purchase price and it filled at 341. It's gonna be a good fucking day.
Those are always nice.
Uh,
Oh, so your guys' things are the same? Oh, your is 41.61.37? I mean, you guys are talking about less than a point here. I don't know why mine's different though. Maybe because the data is different. I have no idea. Yeah, it starts right there. Oh, it's
wow,
you know
that
why
was
it's probably different.
very
It's
abnormal.
because of this. I'll show you. It's because of the session times, I bet. Because I have my 9:30 to 1600 and then 1600 to 9:29:59. I bet that's why.
Oh, Nvidia just popped hard. Oh wow, it just made a buck.
Nice.
More than a buck in that last 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm watching a video on this other screen.
This thing should yeah, this thing should get out. Oh, just sold just sold the other Nvidia. Oh, that's gonna be a good fucking day. All right. So let's see, we got both Nvidias or both AMDs still in.
It's still Nvidia's on a tear. It might go all the way to 230.
Yeah, I kind of wish it had stayed in, but you know, you gotta just roll with it. No complaints here though. Holy shit, that was a good day. You gotta love it when shit works like that. It knew to buy double and it got in and out all on its own. Those are the best fucking days. Nvidia looks like it's trying to gain some friends to go back up.
Looks like we're getting a little selling at the overnight point of control. Without the N and O in there, the POC is the 66 half.
Dang, that was a hard rollover. I think should do a 3 candle buy here in a minute if it doesn't jump too quick.
Good morning. How's everyone? All right, had a little bit of, I need to restart my computer. Everything seems to be fine now. My first comment.
Come on, want to see a 3-candle buy before it pops back up.
I was talking, but I was on mute, I guess. Whoops. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Basically, I was just saying, like, the only thing we need to know about the VWAP is that it's close. And then I said Jim Dalton doesn't even use the VWAP, so.
Oh, well.
So AMD is almost fallen back to where to open. It's pretty close. We'll see where it ends up.
Yeah, I mean, if the market gets below 48, I think it's gonna shit the bed. But so far they're holding it.
And what is 48?
That's my line in the sand from yesterday. It was just a level where we saw like a bunch of like buyers just step in and just shoot the market back up. So it was like that's where I think all the momentum longs were at or are long from. So anyone that didn't get long lower, that's where I think they're long from. So if we crush through that, they're going to start covering, right, for a small loss or maybe for a break even because they've taken some profit up there. And then we get back into that same zone that we talked about yesterday, where if we combine these profiles here, we kind of have this kind of weak spot right here, right? 8,000 contracts traded right here. That's pretty thin, I feel like. But I mean, we we held that. I think 20 was the area because there was a lot of references at 20, but there you know, they just held that 20. You see all the volume they put on that 20, and then so I think if we get below 48, and you can see a lot of volume on that 48, we probably trade down into the 30s, and that will be the spot. Kind of this 41 is the previous month's high, so look for the reaction around this area for buyers to kind of step in responsibly from yesterday's action. But so far, buyers, you know, they're just being patient. That was just kind of a weak look there to, you know, for continuation. But we have a mechanical A high as well, I would say. So decent odds that gets taken out. Nasdaq's popping back up. But Microsoft just dumped here, points down 0.7 now. It's taking a beating
Microsoft? It's up 1.4
from the open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just tracking it. I'm tracking mine from the open.
No,
yeah.
no worries. I was also looking at the percentage. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's from yesterday's close. Because they're still above yesterday's high. Microsoft is, but just they came back through their open, and Microsoft was kind of the driver
Of the run up.
Yeah, because of all the Chat GPT, AI, you know, chaos. Weighted AD's positive. We're coming back up towards this high here. Tech's trying to go green. Google's only down 0.7 now. Damn. So Google's the big driver of this, or the big thing holding the market back. Take a look at this real quick. So if we're looking at Google, and this is just on a 30-minute chart here, but you can see yesterday's close on Google, and we're already below yesterday's low on Google. So Google's down 5.7% here, 0.5 from the open today, but this is kind of holding it back. So if Google can turn around, there's good odds that we can go back and test these highs. Take a look at some other laggards here. There's fucking Amazon. You can see Amazon, you know, Amazon just basically trading lower from the open, but running into a big put wall here. So, I mean, we could pop right here. Careful. If these turn around, I mean, you can see Amazon's running into resistance. So as it gets ready to test some resistance again, if buyers step up, yeah. So I mean, we're in a pretty dangerous spot, kind of. Still good trading opportunities, but you want to be careful about holding anything and hoping that it comes back. Like, let's say if you're short and we go below this A low but come back in, that might be your sign to just bail on that, because we know that there's buyers right here. If we break, then we can catch some downside, but if we don't get a flush and go, cover your shorts if you shorted. You're kind of getting a double distribution look here too, but it kind of looks like they're just like filling in this middle area. Weighted AD is about to go negative here. Watch this 57. If they trade through this 57, there's a buyer on 57. See that bounce right there from 57? If they trade through 57, we'll probably go to the open. Watch this spot right here. If not, I'm going to flatten out my short. Yeah. No. Buyer stepping up. So that buyer stepped up to that 57, and he's holding pretty strong until they get below 57. That looks like your make or break. 57, 58, below. Keep in mind. Yeah, definitely. You guys can hear me, right? I'm not talking to myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have audio.
Okay. You've been trying to learn how to use Thinkorswim. Is there any templates for toss in the Discord? I can send you my chart book. The only thing is like because like some of these are paid, like these two indicators on the bottom are paid from Shadow Trader, that you just won't have them. But this, like these little triangles, they're on the Shadow Trader website for free. These blocks right here, they're on the Shadow Trader website for free. Bank of America is going to offer loans for people that need to get electric chargers installed at their house.
We got a trend line look on the top and the bottom of these 1 minute candles. It's coiling up in this area.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can see it's like a buyer stepping up, a seller stepping up, and it's like when it breaks, I'm just afraid it's gonna break and then hit this 48 and then shoot back up again.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for it to give me a zone.
It's just really hard for me to get long when we've got Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon all trading lower. But Amazon's coming down close to that 100 right now. I've got the alert on it, so if it does hit, we'll know. They gave up that 57. Double R, what's up, man? Calling in on your break. That's what's up, bro. Damn, they just bounce right again. $465 contracts on this low tick right here. Yeah, I mean, the best way to get to know a platform or a new platform when you're first starting out is to just get it and then just click on every single button. I think, and I wouldn't even watch videos on it until you get to a spot where you can't figure something out and you're like, oh shit, how do I do this? Like, you know what you're doing by then, but you can't figure out how to do something, and then that's when you look it up, right? But the best way to get to know it, I think, is to just get on it and just start clicking everything.
And make sure you get level 2 data for sim so that you can actually test it out and play with it in sim. I think you have to do something special through the actual login, and you have to go in and request that for your real-time data for sim. It isn't on by default.
Exactly, Liquor. Exactly. You know, I didn't switch to Sierra charts for so long because I knew the headache it was gonna be. But yeah, now I'm like, I love it. It's so you can just do whatever you want to it. That's what's so nice. And really, like you know, I don't know about like, you know, because my uncle's a coder, so I don't know about like the actual job of a coder. But when you're just trying to code something like very specific, and you kind of have like a template to work off of, it's not that difficult. Unless it's like, you know, really involved. But like I'm talking about like, you know, if you want your fucking bars to be red if they're below the 50 moving average, it's pretty fucking easy to do that. You know what I mean? Like we could do this. Look, watch, we could do this. The market's just kind of chilling right now. Let me show you guys something cool. So color bar based on slope. Click the settings. Put it off the 50. Or use a +1 because that's smart. And this is based off the slope. So it has nothing to do with if the bar is an up bar or if the bar is a down bar. It's based off the slope of the 50 moving average. And the reason that I kind of like this look, and I've been messing around with CR charts like recently. I just figured this out. So, you know, naturally I'm like a kid. I don't have to mess around with everything. But I mean, I've had CR charts for a while now. I mean, there's just like, there's so much functionality to it. Like it takes time to actually like get to know everything. But you know, because we use that 50 moving average a lot of times combined with the VWAP as like our knot of tug of war that the market does, you know, this might be helpful. You know, it could kind of keep you on the right side, maybe. I mean, if you really look at this thing, this is on the 1 minute chart. I mean, I'm not saying just because you get long and the bar is green that you have a better odds to win, but it sure does seem like that, right? And obviously that this alone is not going to be able to be like, oh, I'm going to be a successful trader. Can you imagine if every time the slope of the 50 moving average was up and you bought and you made money, like, you know, how simple that would be? But, you know, if it's something like that can kind of help you stay on track of what's actually happening, then I say do it. If you have a issue fighting the trend a lot of times, then that could be helpful. Fed Cook said, I expect inflation to fall further this year. Excuse me. Oh, burping right there. Yeah, James, and if you run into any issues, and this is for everybody, not just James, but if you run into issues when you guys are going through a platform, like just message me on Discord. I'm on my computer a fucking lot. And so if my Discord goes off and it's a message, I'm pretty responsive. Like I don't have a lot of unread messages that are from real people. At least real people that I know. Like, because people send me messages that I don't recognize and I just don't respond. But if you're like, hey, I'm James George in the fucking YouTube and I need help with fucking Thinkorswim, I'll be like, yo, what do you need, my man?
My man.
You know, I'm such a strong believer. And you know what was kind of funny? They talked about it on that S&B Capital, about having they called it a pod on the episode. Let me find it for you guys. I don't know if you guys watch this channel on YouTube, S&B Capital?
Yeah, I've watched some of their videos.
Yeah, I like that main guy. I think my job, I was telling this to James, my job, I think my goal, one of my goals, I don't know about this year, but you know, in the future is to work for them because their main trader, S&P Capital Futures.
Are they based in the UK? The English guys, or
No, I mean, there's a couple
No,
English
it's, New
traders, but it's based in New York.
oh, I'm looking at Axia Futures. Sorry, my bad.
Racist.
Big proper place, you know, like the one in the UK, not the one in the US.
But so they put up this video. That's an old video. Where is it at? I think it's this.
In this video, discover 5 actionable takeaways for your trading in 20.
Spent reflecting on the last year and designing your goals for the year, doing what had been working, and actually, the real big theme of last year was CPI.
Oh, hang on, I know what we can do.
4 or 5%.
We'll show the transcript. We'll control F this thing and find pod.
Recognized that, and they knew they had never traded this before because CPI normally never moves the market that much. But what they did is sends out 250 DRCs to their pod because they do it every single day. Who is a trader that makes a routine?
So basically, here's the link to the video. But this is a really good video, and it's just 2 weeks old. But he basically goes into a detail about a lot of things. It goes into detail, but he talks about having a pod or a group, you know, a group of traders. A pod's like a whale term, I think. Market's ripping. Those calls should be up there, Uncle Stacy. I don't know if you're in a meeting or not, but should be coming back to life here. Microsoft's back to green. But I am such a strong believer. Like if we stay doing this, you know, we've been doing this for like a little bit over a year together. You know, probably about like 20 of us, and we continue to do this. You know, eventually it can be something like that. And that guy that made that video, he's the #1 trader at S&B Capital, and he made over $1 million 2 years in a row trading, which is pretty fucking that's pretty badass, I think. There goes the high. Oh, not yet.
Getting in there, Brad, and getting him to scrub your shoes.
Who? S&B Capital?
Who's the top guy?
No, I just want to learn.
Hey, I'm taking that position. Here's my shoes and my trainers. Clean them up for me.
Yeah, orcas operate in a pod, and orcas are the most savage animals in the water for the most part. Like, they kill great white sharks and shit. They kill whatever they want, pretty much. Orcas do. They kill people too. Like, have you seen that movie Blackfish? I think it's called. Oh, it's on Netflix, bro. It's savage. There's an orca that's killed like 6 trainers. Yeah, on purpose. Like, he didn't bite them. He like grabbed them and held them underwater until they died. Like, he's obviously fairly smart. Yeah, they only kill people in captivity. Yeah, because I've heard of in like the wild I've heard of orcas saving people in the wild. Yeah, I saw that video too. That's savage. They're so smart, dude. They are so smart. Like that's an acceptable favorite animal to have, you know? Someone's like, "What's your favorite animal?" You're like, "A lion." Like that's so basic. Those lions are shit. A tiger will fucking whoop a lion's ass, bro. Tigers are fucking huge.
What about a fully grown 800-pound tuna?
Yeah, see, that's a good favorite animal. We've developed a taste for lion. You know what? We like lion.
I remember I saw a video on some orcas, and they are hunting sharks. And have you seen the way that they kill them?
Yeah, by just like,
They just bite their liver out,
yep. There's and they like
and then they
know.
don't even eat them.
Yeah, they let
They just take the liver and
they just
see you
kill
later, mate.
them. They just kill them. Yeah,
You just see
but
the
that's
shark
crazy.
drop into the bottom.
They know like where the vulnerable spot on the shark is.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
It's nuts, dude. They're
That's
fucking. They're
another
just.
what a horrible way to die as well.
Oh, you've done boxing before, right?
Yeah. Liver
Yeah,
shot's
so you
the
know
worst,
that liver
man.
shot. Oh my god, yeah. Not only are you
Folds you in
embarrassed,
half.
but it hurts so bad.
Yeah, it just literally folds you up like an ironing board.
Yeah. And then everyone's just laughing at you at the same time, so double trouble. But when you hit someone else in the liver and they collapse, oof, man,
It
satisfying.
actually shuts your nervous. It actually shuts your nervous system down when you hit a guy good in the liver.
Yeah,
That's why
your hepatic artery runs right into your liver. Yeah, that's what it does.
Is then your vagus nerve runs over your liver too, right? Or
Yeah,
is
I
that
think
more in your neck?
I think your vagus nerve's a little bit higher. But basically, by hitting that hepatic artery, the rest of your body is not getting any blood, and and like the natural reaction of your body is to shunt. Like if you get your leg sliced off, all your arteries like suck back into the leg, and so like it's the same idea. Your hepatic artery gets smashed, and then like your body basically like shunts, and that's why you like. And then you gotta fucking go to the bathroom and cry because you don't want to cry in front of everybody. I'm just kidding. They deliver.
Mickey Ward was a master of that.
Yeah.
Mickey Ward and Chavez. Chavez was another one. A lot of Mexican fighters are good at it.
Yeah, Nate Diaz is a fucking. He loves a nice liver punch.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I was wondering who the fuck is that? Here's MMA.
It's an MMA. Yeah, MMA.
Yeah. No, I know him. Yeah, he's a tough guy.
He's a tough son of a bitch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like one of the only, a lot of MMA fighters that don't really go for those body shots.
He's so fun to watch as well. Yeah, Nate's fun to watch for sure.
Yeah. Because he
you're
fights,
gonna have a
bro.
good fight. It doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah.
Who he's coming up against, it's gonna be a good fight.
And Nate's so well-rounded that it doesn't matter who he fights either. Like, because if you try to take him to the ground, he can fight you on the ground. If you want to stand up fighting with him, great, because that's what he wants to do anyways.
Yeah, and if you smash his face in, he's still just gonna stand there.
Yeah, exactly. Next weekend's a good fight. Who's fighting next weekend? Oh, Volinsky, the little muscle hamster. Yeah. That little Russian fucking... Or no, what is he, Polish? Yeah, probably Polish. Oh, he's Australian? I mean, not with a name like Volkolinsky. Well, he has that accent. It's an Australian accent. You're right. And he's fighting for the double belt, right?
He'll be even more muscly, bro, because he's had to put weight on for the fight.
Right. Yeah, because he's got to pop up. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him on his Instagram or whatever that he's bulking up. So
I wonder why all these fighters are trying to bulk up so much. I mean, did you see Connor? He's like 200 pounds.
yeah, I saw something
My
apparently the
God.
way that he's been on the roids, but he's been swerving the drug tests by having his own yacht. That's the thing
Yeah.
out at the moment. He's just been any time they try and get him, he's like on the yacht, off we go.
He's just, yeah. I mean, I just like Connor. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of a scumbag, I guess. Sometimes, like, he punched an old man, but he just is who he is. You know what I mean? And he doesn't give a fuck. I don't know if it's just a show or not, but it really seems like he doesn't give a fuck because he's always
Well, he
getting in
definitely
trouble.
doesn't act nicer, does he, for the camera? He just beats himself, really.
Yeah,
And probably
yeah.
adds a little bit extra sauce into it, but you know.
And I mean, he's definitely like self-obsessed because like every time a camera's around or every time a mirror's around that motherfucker, he's like flexing and shit, like oh yeah, and he's staring at himself. But yeah, he's kind of. You think it's all a show? I mean, he's
like his persona, like his...
Oh yeah, well no, he's smart. He's smart in that way because I mean that's how he got paid. You know, because you don't make dick fighting for the UFC. But he got paid because he got to fight Floyd.
He knows how to
market.
round up some money.
Yeah. How are you going to start a whiskey in like the whiskey capital of the world? And now he's got like one of the most popular whiskeys ever. And it's not even, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not fucking amazing. You know what I mean?
The
Yeah, I mean,
Irish will drink anything.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah. My coffee every morning. You know, that's how you start the day.
I loved when he fought Floyd and all the Irish fans came and they're all crazy and shit. They're funny. They're
Oh, yeah.
fucking pumped up. I like him, so I think, like you said, he's probably a low life, but he's funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, he seems like a piece of shit. Like I mean, sometimes in the publics, he's like, yeah, and he's like being nice, but a lot of times he's like punching people and shit. Like
the way he walks when he drags his knuckles is so irritating.
Oh, I love that. My kids do that shit. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh.
That Connor walk to him. It's hilarious. He's just like, I mean, he's just funny, bro. I was dying that people thought Connor was going to beat Floyd.
Yeah.
That was mind blowing.
I told the guy was trying to tell me that. And I said, listen, bud, I said, I don't even like Floyd, but here's the thing. It's like, it would be the same as me telling you they're fighting in the cage and Floyd's going to tap him out, put him to sleep. Now, how ridiculous would that be? You know what I mean? That's kind of the same thing as he's going to knock Floyd out. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen.
No. Floyd's just too good. You know what I mean? Like, he's too good. And Connor caught him with that straight left, and you could tell Floyd was like, ooh, okay. But Connor, I don't know if Connor hits harder than Canelo. You know what I mean? And Canelo caught Floyd with some bombs, and Floyd just brushed him off.
It's just the gloves, right, as well. They got way bigger gloves. If Canelo had them UFC gloves on, woof.
Yeah.
But not only that. A lot of these, when you fight a really good technical boxer, it's not as much as the power. It's the timing, the slickness, the you don't see the punch coming. They don't have to hit as hard. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you time a guy and you know what's like, they'll con you into throwing something because they're gonna hit you. They know what they're gonna do. You know?
Right. And it's a lot different in the UFC because people know Connor can kick, right? He does that capoeira shit, but he also has stones for hands. So, but you've got to be preparing for all of that. Floyd is not having to watch his feet at all. I mean, maybe watching his hips or something, but he doesn't have to worry about getting kicked. There's a whole dynamic of Connor's game completely taken away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because Connor sets up punches with his kicks.
Yeah, and the movement's massively like the movement's such a big thing to his game.
Yeah.
I
I
can't
mean,
wait
in
till
boxing,
robot
if you use if you used your footwork for boxing and you had a good kicker, uh, like a Taekwondo guy or a fucking Muay Thai guy, they'd just fucking kick both your legs and you'd fall right on your ass every single fucking chance you stood up.
Yeah, that's
Boom,
what they, I've
bah,
seen
and you
them do
just
that.
yeah, you'd fall right on your ass because your feet are too close for boxing.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I wanted to bet on the fight after like the first couple rounds when he was like, you know, doing a little tiger with the mouse type thing with Connor. Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, he's gonna win." But see, I think that was a ploy because if you look at the sales and pay-per-view, people started buying it once Connor won that first round because they're like, "I'm not gonna watch it," because a lot of people thought Connor was getting his ass kicked, but then he did good in the first round. And everyone's like, "Shit, let me just buy it," you know. And then he made because what
I
did he
think
make?
too,
He made like $50 million or something.
and everybody thinks he did good, and then he did. He went a couple rounds, but Mayweather let him. But I
Yeah,
think he would have got destroyed worse by just a top contender in his weight class. Would have beat the piss out of him worse than Mayweather because Mayweather's not that aggressive. He's a lot smaller than him. If he fought an actual, not even a champion, just a world class fighter in his weight class, he'd get punched from post to post. He would have got killed. The ref
yeah,
actually saved him in the end of that fight.
Yeah,
yeah.
Mayweather's always been like that, right? Though he just his main game's not to get hit.
No, when
Mhm.
Mayweather was
Yeah.
first
Well,
coming
you know
up,
what?
no, when Mayweather was
That's
first coming
not
up, he
true.
was knocking motherfuckers out.
Yeah, at the
That's
beginning,
right.
but
That's
Yeah,
to went for his record,
That's right.
like at least his last
You're
20 fights, he's been
yeah.
fighting
don't
way
forget
different.
Well, once he decided
people.
that he could, yeah, hang his hat on that 50-0,
Yeah,
he's like, I'm
Yeah,
not even taking a chance to get knocked out because it's like
people
Roach
talk
is saying,
about
like,
how he can't. God, they talk about how he can't punch, but he's a natural 126, 130 pounds, and had some power at that weight class. He's fighting 154, 158, and he don't cut weight before fights. That's why he don't punch as hard as he used to. You know.
the whole
yeah,
thing
he's
of
not,
boxing is to hit and not get hit anyway, right? So he's
yeah,
mastered it.
he's a
After he get older.
master. Yeah, he's a master. He does
He's not
that
gonna have
fucking
much brain
cross block.
problems, anything like that when he's older. He'll be
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, he's not playing a rope a dope or anything like that. Yeah, he does that crossbody block, and it's like, I mean, it's almost like he's not even there. People just swinging at him, and he's just like slipping and parrying. I mean, it's so impressive, and you can
He's
hate
doing
him.
shit that people don't know. He's doing
Yeah,
shit in the ring that people don't even understand what they're looking at. You
that's
know
why
what I mean?
people hate
And
him.
that's what. Yeah.
They're like, ah, he's so
I
boring.
He
don't
got
hate
one
him.
of like the best defenses.
So is that like a look above and fail, Brad?
Yeah, looks like it to me. I mean, I've been kind of looking for us to go down to. Well, it depends. Here's this 47 level. This is kind of the 48 level. We're right at it. We expect a little bit of buying here. This is where a lot of buying was at yesterday. You could see kind of the volume shelf right here, but a break through this should take us down to the 30s. That's kind of what I'm. Yeah, you just got to be careful here because, like I said, there's so many buyers here yesterday, and this thing just powered up. You wonder if they're gonna hold it again. I'm gonna hit a 65-point trade today. This thing trades 41 later today. There it goes. Smooth like butter. No, 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 no. I don't know the rest of the words.
No.
The tempo's very slow here, but the weighted AD is going down. And I mean, look at this here. you've got Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, all red. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so hard to get long when you've got those big guys just saying, you know what? No, 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 no. Watch for this retest of the 48 and see if they reoffer it. If they don't reoffer it, then, we might trade back in range. That's what we talked about. I thought we'd get a little bit more of a breakdown here. We didn't get an 1,000 tick yet, so really the pressure of the selling is not like super extreme. And we didn't make a new low tick of the day. Buyers look like they're getting stuck right here at the 44 quarter 45 area. So 44 to 45. Let's see if they can hold it. All these bids down here. Buyers are trying to be aggressive here at the 45, 44, 45. A lot of volume coming in here too. They're really battling down here. 45. Buyers, I mean, it seems to keep upticking every couple, goes like down 2 ticks, up 4 ticks. So, I don't know if I want to move my stop down at all or just want to sit through this. He's just look at all the volume coming in. Two big sell orders, 145, 145, 109 lots, 101 lots. Who else is fighting? Or who's fighting that dude, Volowski or whatever his name is?
Islam Makhachev.
Close.
Yeah.
They hate each other, it seems like.
Should be a cool fight, to be fair. Volkanovski is quite cool to watch. Just all those Dagestani guys, man. They just love to fight on the floor, don't they?
They're just, and they're animals, bro. Like they just like, it's like they weigh 1,000 pounds when they get you down. You're just like, fuck, I'm stuck.
Yeah, well, they've been doing that. They've been wrestling since they're out of the womb, haven't they? So
yeah, and wrestling bears and
like
shit too.
It's like walking to them.
You
Yeah.
guys ever get a chance to go to a live one? It's amazing.
Oh, I've been to one in Vegas and it was sick.
Just to look in their eyes, I mean, it's next level. They are animals.
That's where I met Dana White, Forrest Griffin. Forrest Griffin was super cool. Dana White was a total douche. I got to meet Herb Dean in the elevator. He was in the same elevator as me, and I was hammered. I'm like looking at him. He's one of the referees. And I'm like hammered, like staring at him. And he's like, "What's up, man?" I'm like, "You're Herb Dean." He's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Cool." I'm like, you're my favorite ref. He's like, all right.
Yeah, here's $1,000 on whoever makes it happen.
That's why I should ask him. Like, who's gonna win the fight tonight, bro?
Exactly.
You get an early stoppage in you, Herb, or
Who are you gonna let win the fight tonight? Okay.
yeah. Dang, a lot of short covering right there. Popped it right over that 48. So that's interesting. We get below that 48, and then tempo got slow, bunch of volume came in, and then boom, we just kept popping up because buyers just kept holding. But here we are coming right back down to it. So
NQ bounced T2 high.
oh, it bounced at its T2 high.
Yeah.
All right.
Dang, this thing might power to the high here. Be careful. That was just a crazy reaction down there. Top four still pretty negative. I don't know. We'll see, I guess, if they can rally past the VWAP. Maybe some selling at the open here.
Man, my new dog isn't feeling well. It sucks.
That does suck.
So somebody sold off $400 or 400 Bitcoin on an 11-year-old wallet.
They did what?
11 years. One of the oldest wallets. It's 11 years old. Somebody took out 400 Bitcoin, which is $9 million. It's just weird to not touch a wallet for 11 years and then open it today. So nobody knows who it is. But it's
How do people
pretty
find
strong
that kind of
hands.
stuff out?
It's all public. They people watch all the wallets. They usually watch over usually over 1,000 Bitcoin, over 10,000 because they like to watch the whales. But and then because they have all these stats about how long people have held. Because somebody's held the Bitcoin for like 5 years, they're not going to open it. So they can send you watch, make sure nobody's dumping any Bitcoin. But if you hold
Right.
for Bitcoin for 11 years, and then you open it now, I wonder why. Or maybe just now you just now found the keys to it, or just weird to wonder what the story is. If you just found the keys, or you know,
Need a
because
grocery.
if you held all the way through, yeah, if you held it all the way through and it was 70,000, and then
They needed groceries.
I don't know.
All right, Pop. We'll catch you later, man. Nasdaq's continuing lower here. It looks like made a lower high. Let's see if it makes a lower low.
Made a lower high.
I'm watching the Nasdaq on a 1 minute chart. Off to the side. Interesting that the Dow and the Russell don't look as weak as the ES or the Nasdaq here. More short covering there at 48.
So you're saying weak as in volume, or weak as in going down?
Just like in comparison to, so like I would say that the ES is in like the middle third of yesterday's trading range, because halfback's like right here. I mean, we're a little bit off of it, but we're basically at halfback. Whereas like the Dow is in the upper third, and the Russell, well, I guess the Russell's below halfback as well, actually. So I guess the Russell looks the weakest. Nasdaq's really starting to look weak. And then the ES
So
is starting
weak,
to.
you're saying going down in price, strong, you're saying going up.
Right. Right. I'm not talking about volume. Right. As long as we stay below the overnight low. Yeah. Yeah, below the open.
The A bar was off basically the normal POC, and then the B high was off the VPOC from the overnight.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so like two mechanical levels there. We're below 48 again. This is where I start to think it gets a little bit slippy. I wasn't thinking those buyers were going to be right here below this level, to be honest. I thought that we just cruise down here to this 33.75. That's where I have my first take profit at. Maybe some buyers at 36.50 or something. Interested to see if buying will show up on that 45 again. Yeah, me too. That's what I want to test it. If we touch it again and we bounce, I'm gonna just flatten out.
Touch what again?
At 45. I mean, we might not even get down there. Fucking this. Yeah, look at that. Buyers are just down there.
Soaking it in.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch that Russell Brand thing
Oh
on
yeah.
CBDCs?
Yeah, I watched that yesterday.
I'm surprised that Russell Brand's still allowed to be on YouTube, honestly.
He's been banned from YouTube a couple of times. He just keeps coming back. That's why he was starting like his own platform, I think.
Yeah, some of his interviews are pretty good too. He actually does a pretty good job. But they don't talk much about the Biden signed an executive order for the U.S. CBDCs, and it's crazy. It's programmable, which is fucking crazy, and it's they're talking about how it's set up to where it's inflationary, where it goes down in value. I think 2% a year or something like that. It was saying that. I mean, they don't have it all set up yet, but
And what is that?
definitely
The
talking
CBDCs?
for the U.S. CBDCs. Biden signed an executive order like 2 months ago. Happened, and
Oh,
it's just shitty. But see, I don't know. I was watching this other guy who I kind of started to. He's saying that there's no way it'll ever happen, and his point was that there's so much dark money, so much drug money, and so cartels run so much everything that they're not going to use CBD. You know what I mean? And so there's going to always have to be cash, like you know what I mean? Just because I don't know. That's kind of what his point was. It kind of makes sense. I mean, all these cartels and stuff, they're not gonna go with. They're not gonna start using digital cash. They can be tracked and traced and stuff. No way.
yeah, no way.
I mean, like how are the CIA and all them? How are they gonna do all their
I
clandestine
mean, but you
deals and
don't
stuff?
know who the holder of the wallet is, so they could just transfer money like over and over, and no one will kind of know who's doing it. So
Well, but as soon as it hits a bank, and eventually it has to hit a bank, you can't spend it.
I don't know how much I trust this move up. I really don't.
I mean, so basically what we're having, you have kind of an A and B like little balance area, and then you get a little excess in C. We have a stuck short down here. We're popping back up. If you get acceptance back inside this A range, we're probably rotating back here. I mean, and if you look at it on the 1 minute, you can really see it. Right here's the balance, and then we get this kind of look below, holds as resistance, lower, higher, low, and we're kind of holding here. So this is that area where you're either looking for a rejection or acceptance back into balance here. Rejection should take you past this low, and you'll see if they can unlock these stuck shorts. If not, then back to balance probably takes us back up to the VWAP 59.
Hey, hello.
What's up, EJ?
I think market has potential both ways.
Yeah.
Dude, as I look at it, Brad, if you go back on a 60-minute, dude, there's so many orders that got rejected off of that 44, 43 range. And we went right down to it, touched, and haven't looked back. Like, to me, this looks like a buy.
Didn't you just say you don't trust this rally?
I did until I zoomed out and then looked at it.
Let me zoom out. Let me zoom out.
I see 37 to 57 nasty chop.
Like, I'm seeing like 50 to 43. This whole range, dude, every time we've gotten up, come down to 43, 44, up. We broke it once, but we got back above it. Now it looks like a retest of that. I mean, to me, it's looking good for a buy.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm concerned of a liquidation dump. Unfinished business at the highs, and they can go lower as well. So I'm confused. I'm not going to touch it.
You guys put it up. Yeah, I love that people like know what I'm gonna say.
Amazon's kind of turning around a little bit here. The market's still coming back down to try to untrap these shorts.
There it goes. There it goes.
See what we get here. This is kind of the reaction area that you've got to kind of be aware of here.
If we can get through this, yeah, it might just take off to the downside.
That's the spirit.
Missed that short.
Or stuck shorts on the low. Wow. Come on, just go already, you fucker.
Yeah. One check, that was it, 42.50. Ran up to check out any stops, and now it's chop again. That we're locking in profits.
All right, I'll push us down. Here we go. I've had enough of this shit.
Don't get trapped. Don't get fucked up with them.
Yeah, for real. look at that short covering right off the low like that. Just
Yeah, I told. Do you see what I'm saying though, Brad? Whenever I zoomed
oh
out,
yeah.
you
Yeah.
can see it. That
yeah. So
that's a
so here's what
rejection area.
here's what Jared's looking at here. Well, we'll just stay on this chart. This is an hour chart, and you can kind of see this is a cash only hour chart. You can kind of see the area here where these lows are at. So you get a bounce here, you get a little hold. It was resistance before. All these get held, and then it kind of bounces up from this area, and so we're kind of coming down in this area. I don't know. I'm having a hard time really getting long or just believing. I mean, there's been opportunity, right? Obviously. But I'm just having a hard time believing in it because of Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all red. Healthcare is doing well. Financials doing really well. So this is why we have this push and pull. You don't have any conviction here. And look, you're seeing a nice strong rejection off of the lows from the tick. But a little bit more difficult for me to really believe in it.
Mm-hmm.
NASDAQ could get below that 12.6. Might have a shot lower.
Yeah, the Nasdaq made a lower low with the ES as well. The Dow did not, but the Russell did. So kind of the Dow is lagging. Maybe the trade's on the Dow. Maybe I'll short the Dow instead. I hate shorting the Nasdaq at the low. It'll rip fucking like 50 points in your face and then go down 200.
Yeah, that beast can do that.
Got an idea for a new tattoo. You guys, I'm gonna get it on my arm right here. Never.
Apparently, there's a lot of Fed speakers that.
I mean, that gives me some confidence in a long right there.
We should already be in a long. I thought you took a long.
I said that gives me confidence in my long.
Oh, okay, you're in the long. Okay, I was gonna say if you were gonna take that long, you should have been in.
Well, I front ran it, so I got in at like 45. So when it went down to 44 and it like tested it twice, I was like, fuck. And then once it popped up, I was like, ooh, okay, now we're chilling. It's all good. Two
Almost
rejections
11.
off of, I mean, 2 rejections off of that. I mean, come on.
Well, they untrapped short, so there was shorts trapped down at the 45. We got a little bit of a bounce. We came back to the 45, and then they trapped more shorts underneath of the 45 at the 42 half. So if we get accepted back inside A's range, you know, there's decent odds that we trade back to that balance. Tick is popping up above 0 here. I just shorted the 49.
Psycho.
Let's... Did you see those 179 lots trade? Let's see if we can get back down. I got my stop at 48 already, so we're locked in a point.
What did you say? That kind of like a rejection from the A low, Brad?
As soon as the tempo started to stop on the upside, I was just like, click it. It's like I said, it's too hard for me to get long here. That's not just a fade until the market really starts to show some life, basically. It's like, you know, I mean, Google's down today 7.75%. I mean, I don't know how many times the market's rallied when Google's down 7%, but I feel like it's probably not many. And so to me, that kind of, you know.
Good trade. Now, is it going to get below this? Yeah, it's probably going to blow through it with a vengeance.
All right, closing 50 lots here. I'm just kidding. Swing low, sweet chariots. So we're in a lower balance, right? Now you can see it. You've got a balance here in the 1 minute, another balance lower, rejection, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low by a tick. And now we're lower low by no ticks, same low. More sellers stuck on the low. Volume's coming in. Finally, they puke it. Take us to 33. 33.75. Come on. Don't fuck around with us.
Yeah, it's hard to argue if Google's down that much, you know.
Well, so look at this, right? Like you've got Apple's down, and this is from the open, right? So Apple's down, Microsoft down, Google down, Amazon down, UNH basically 0, Johnson & Johnson flat for the most part, right? Healthcare is the only thing holding the market up. Energy, ExxonMobil down, value here, Walmart's up, JP Morgan's flat financials, Nvidia's down, Tesla's down, Home Depot's down, Lilly's down, right? You've got all these top stocks red, and then you go over here and see what they are at from yesterday's. Google's down almost 8% in a single day. So we'll click on Google, take a peek at a daily chart here on Google. You know, came right into our sell zone and then selling off. But I mean, you don't really see, besides back here, and this is back in April 2020, Google doesn't trade like this, right? You see how small these ranges are in Google, and then you look at today, pretty big move, and we're only a couple hours in. What are we, hour and a half in?
Why is Google moving?
Google's getting abused because of Microsoft's move into the AI space. Exactly. So they don't hold it below 45. There it goes, and then you have no choice but to cover that. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing you can do. You just wait till it gets higher and then reshort it again. You could fade that. Obviously, it's been a two-way. There's not really. You see the weighted AD starting to make 3 lower lows in a row now, so some pressure's coming in, but the tick's not making a lower low. That's what I want to see. I want to see a nice tick make a lower low, or I'd like to see this get up like 500 and us not be inside that A range. We can just smack it on the head. I wish James wasn't sleeping right now so he could tell me I was right. So you guys want to hear something stupid that I did yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. So I shorted 65, right? I was very negative for a while. Like 23 points negative. Just a one lot, but I planned on holding it, and I texted James and Jared because I was like, look, this is the only way I can get the gambling out of my system is I'm gonna have to do this trade. And so I just put it on, and then I put my stop at 4,200. I'm like, there's no way it goes up to 4,200. If it does, I lose 40 points. But my target down here is at 4,100. So 60 points on the low. So 40 points upside, 60 points downside. Maybe not a 2-to-1, but that was the trade that I did yesterday, and I still have it on. But a stupid trade nonetheless, obviously. And if you didn't have the same size account as mine, probably you're stopped out, I guess. But if you did it in micros, you think, how much would that be? That's 20. So let's say 20 points. What's that? $100. Yeah, that's not bad.
And what ended up happening?
I'm winning the trade. I'm up fucking 20 points right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't take that. I didn't take the trade off. Yeah, I
Great Valentine's dinner.
Valentine's. I don't know where my wife will take me for Valentine's Day. I'm kind of a trophy husband, so I have to be wined and dined. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice.
I'm just kidding.
I know. The way she sounds, you cannot but wine and dine and romance all day long.
My wife's like the nicest person that you'll ever meet. Like, my wife's one of those people that, like, if somebody doesn't like her, immediately you're like, what the fuck's wrong with this person?
Mm-hmm.
Because people don't like me all the time, and I'm used to it. Most of my friends didn't like me when we first met, to be honest.
There are some people who
still don't like you.
have a lot of stuff in their head, and they think, oh, that person's so goody two shoes. That's because of their own stuff. So
yeah. But yeah, she's just one of those people. Like, if someone doesn't like her, you're just like, okay, this person must be a fucking idiot. Because, like, I could see like Kat could fucking, Kat she might fucking lay into you.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, Margaret doesn't have that shit in her. You know what I mean?
Neither does Kat. She's small.
Well, no. But I mean, like she'll at least she'll talk tough,
Oh
it's
yeah.
Bitch, you want my husband to beat your ass? And they're looking at this little tiny girl. Like, who's your husband? Jared steps out from around the corner. Hi, I'm Jared.
They're like, have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and
Savior? Yeah. It's like what's that Brad Pitt movie when he's a pikey?
Actual Lockstock. Lockstock?
No, when he's a gypsy.
I think it's Snatch, no?
Snatch. Yeah, Snatch. Yeah, and then they bring that guy, the fucking The what's his name? Tommy Golden
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something?
yeah, the bald
Yeah.
guy. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, oh, big fucker, aren't you?
Gorgeous George.
Gorgeous George, that's his name. Gorgeous George, yeah. Oh, big fucker, aren't you?
I saw a
He just
TikTok video though, Brad, that was like that. That you could tell like this dude was like getting cheated on, and he's like telling the girl, he's like, no, no, what I do to him? He's like, this because you. And he goes up, starts banging on the door, and this big ass black dude opens the door. He's like, excuse me, sir, have you accepted Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior? He's like, God bless you. Then he walks off.
That's called caveman rules. That's what I call that.
Caveman rules.
Caveman rules. Have you ever seen that movie with what's the kid from? It's not
It
Jonah.
looks like it's getting ready to puke.
I don't know. That's a big bounce off that bin. Yeah, I mean it does. This is what it looked like yesterday at that fucking low, and it just didn't go. I'm so ready for it to just puke, but
take them.
Yeah,
just take them. Drive it
well,
down, Brad.
I've been trying. I told you I'm trying. You saw those 179 lots at the top tick. Those are mine. What? It's the kid from Superbad, but not Jonah Hill. The other kid, like the tall, skinny kid.
Skinny kid.
Yeah.
I just watched Superbad the other day.
But they're in like it's like prehistoric or something, and they're like talking about this girl, and they're like, yeah, man, you like her, just walk over to her, knock her on top of the head, and drag her back to your hut.
Talking about year one.
Yeah, year one. Yeah, yeah.
Hilarious movie.
They're trying to hold the 40. If they break it, 37 is the number I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, a lot of bids down there.
Yeah. Prior night high, 36.25.
Sign of weakness.
I want to see 4,100. That's what I want.
Trade what you say. Don't listen to Brad always. You know.
Yes, always trade what you see. See, look how responsive that low is. It's just hard for me to. I don't know, that rip up from 4,100 yesterday was insane.
Got 780 lots on the low tick.
Say that again. The pump actually started just before Powell started talking. I think
Yeah, once he got on camera, they're like, "Oh, it's 4,100. Buy it. 1,000 getting
Yeah.
on." Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 lots at the 40 right now, just resting orders.
Yeah, I was just looking. I think when you were talking about day before yesterday, how we were looking at that excess that was above that few day balance, the overnight session. That number, that zone's right here.
Okay. Yeah, 41.41. That's the previous month's high. So that makes sense. Maybe people are buying right here. But that should be it. You know, that should be. The market wants to go back down into balance, obviously. And this is a rotation day because typically, I mean, for the most part, healthcare's been kind of taking a piss lately. So healthcare being green today is kind of probably just a bunch of short covering. And ultimately, the previous month's high, 40.93. What?
In this market, the regular stops, small stops, like 3-point stops, they're not going to work. So we have to be very careful.
I have 41.41 on RTH only and 41.80 on 24 hour. What were you saying, VJ? Sorry.
I'm just saying that the algos are looking for 3-point stops.
Yeah.
40, and then it ran back up to 44.75. They're trying to break it now. 3 touches on a 3-minute just here, and it's still a downtrend, so they gotta just break it there. 3 tick break.
At 41.09. No. That's not what I mean, that's just not what I
Okay.
have 41.41. What'd you say, TJ?
So that was a reaction off of that right there. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, this zone I have marked. It was like that previous gap kind of with that spike. So I'm just was watching to see how it acted when it got into this zone. Because when we got over this zone, it shot up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yesterday, as soon as we got over it, yeah, we fucking sure did. We just
I
blasted
actually
them.
want to see a retest, Brad, of like that 44.
That's what somebody says when they miss the short.
Yeah,
No,
it did
no,
give
no.
a 44 retest.
No, I took profit,
Oh.
but I'm saying if it runs back up, like I would short the 44 again.
You want me to cover my short, Jared? Give you a chance?
No. I mean, ride it to fucking hell, dude. I don't care. I took profit. I'm good.
On TradingView is 4109.
Come on.
Look on TradingView.
Keep
Because
going.
that's a pretty big discrepancy.
Says we have more ground covered than bed.
Idiots. Look at them. Oh yeah, it's bottom. Buy it.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
You're trying to figure out last month's high? Is that what we were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, on TradingView, if you're on anything over a daily time frame, it's gonna include the Globex session. So you have to put it on like a 7 hour or whatever, and then
No, you can change it. I thought you can change it.
you can change it, but on
it
like
still
the
includes it?
monthly, it doesn't let me change it.
Oh, that's fucking stupid.
Well, there's one that says like 24-hour session. I think I can click on that.
Oh, see, I don't see what you're looking at here. So here's the. Oh, god damn it! Fucking wrong screen.
Order filled.
Oh my motherfucking god.
Oh, there's a YouTube.
I fucking hate TradingView. My god, just do what I'm telling you. Jesus. Okay, so this is the this is that.
Target filled. Target
Oh,
filled.
you know what? I'm a fucking idiot.
Target filled.
I'm talking about the balance high. No, you're right. You're right. I'm talking about the balance high.
The what?
The balance high. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about this monthly balance high. I'm talking about December's high. My bad, bro. My bad, fam. I'm an idiot.
Explain more as to what you're saying in relation to the balance high.
So we have a monthly balance, right? We have this 3-month balance here, and that 41.41 is kind of the high of that balance. And so, like, I think as the market gets below that level, we could start to see acceptance. And I think 4100, that's kind of like the last straw. So maybe buyers show up there, but if buyers don't show up in between 4100 and 41.41, then there's decent odds that we rotate towards the low of balance because we'll be looking for acceptance. Now, this is on a monthly basis, right? So it's not just going to be like, oh, here we go, we're at 3,800. It could still be here, and then you still have to, measure the balance. So if we take the balance low 3,700 to the balance high 41, divide that by 2, who knows what we get. That's why we have Fibonacci. So we can just find the midpoint, and the midpoint is 39.22.
Market has unfinished business at the highs, so
We're at the
we're gonna
highs.
go to 75 at some point. That's the most recent area they want to target. A spike base 75. So right now it's just chopping
Yeah, that's
around.
that settle.
Yeah, it's struggling, but they're holding this lower region for now. Maybe one more liquidation push, but I'm just watching right now. I've been taking tiny scalps. That's about it. And staying green.
Well, I just covered my short, so Jared could have this chance to fucking short 44 again. I'm a good friend.
Well, hey, I'm trying to look two-sided, Brad. I'm looking at, staying zoomed out, and it kind of caught a bounce again off of 38, which is like that next, you know, next level that it's bounced off of before 3 times.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So you did take scalp that long.
No, I'm not in. I'm
Oh, you did. I did.
nice.
Here's your 44. Did it kiss it? Not yet. 375.
Yeah, I mean, this is an area that we had drawn before. This kind of like, I mean, it's a bigger area, this 39 to 32 area, just because that's kind of the weak spot in this structure still. You know what I mean? And we kind of, it's the same, it's still the weak spot that we talked about yesterday. Same thing that TJ was talking about. I mean, you can kind of see it, that's the weak spot in the structure. So the initial play really was to get below 48, liquidate down into this 32 area. But we bounced and then came back down. So the play is still on. It's just you had to try it again. And what what Jared's saying is basically it's the weak spot. So there hasn't been a lot of volume, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's just going to trade through. Sometimes what happens is you get rejection of this area because you're like, we don't want to sell it down there. And so then selling runs out, right? Because we know the market moves down to shut selling off, market moves up to shut buying off. So if we're like, oh, you know what? They don't like it down here, then we rotate back up to where all this volume's at, and then, balance higher, point of control shifts up, and then you can start with that move up, I think. But until then, really, it's kind of like, what are you going to do? Or do they want to repair this structure first before going higher? And I'm still kind of stuck on.
Are you still holding your 50 short, right?
My 50 short. You mean?
No, he said he covered.
Oh, you covered. Okay.
Yeah, the only trade I have on is that swing trade. That's it. But basically, like, I'm still kind of stuck on that the market needs to go back down to that 39.65 area.
Yeah, it's getting fucked up here. That's what it's
A lot of buyers right here on this 45 again. And that's just kind of what I think, I guess.
buyers, but it ain't going nowhere.
All right, I'll be right back.
Bless you.
Got that good cushion. Natural. Grows straight from the ground. Don't even have to process it like wheat. So can't be that bad for you. All right, Jared. You're welcome.
Did you hear that, Brett? Yeah, I know. Thank you. Yeah, so I was like, looks like they're getting fucked up here, dude. Because like you were saying, a lot of buyers were showing up, and I could see, they were hitting the bid, but dude, price was not moving at all. And I was like, I'm gonna short it again. Freaking nailed that.
Nice.
Trade. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Brad, for letting it get up there to me. Really appreciate it. People helping people, man. And take profit on my last one right there. Because I'm a bitch.
Hey, first step is admitting it, Jared.
Yeah, hey. When's game time?
No, it is. It is about game time.
It's about game time now. Oof. Oh, sorry. VJ, you out?
Yeah, Jared uses the Dom. He has the same chart book as I
Yeah, I
have.
was doing both sides, but I didn't long after that small one.
More stuck shorts down at that 37. What the fuck are they doing down here, bro? Just hammer it already. Like, are that many people really buying the dip? You know what I mean? Like, how many? Like, what's going on right now?
No, they're trying to, but it's just more sellers, dude. They're just getting
Yeah, the
ate
only
up.
people buying are the stuck shorts.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, why are they so scared? Why are they buying so much? You buy it and you buy so much. Like, wait till it gets down here. Buy it down here in the single prints. You know?
Because they're not Brad, that's why.
They're so scared.
Yeah, they
Chicken
like
shit
getting
ass little motherfuckers. Oh man, what a day.
Bro, it's game time. I'm telling you. Like,
Oh no,
what?
this day is far from over. I'm gonna make this day my bitch.
Really? You
Oh
think
yeah.
you still got more
Going
juice?
for
No, I only got like fucking couple hundred points today. I'll try at least. Told you, I have my new goal is to get hired at S&B Capital, and the only way I can do it is like showing like a high P&L because that's what they want, obviously. So I'm just gonna fucking nickel and dime the market and roll up these fucking
Is
sleeves
that all
and
they
then
want to
take
see?
them to the bank.
See, Brad?
That's what it feels like.
They just want to show you the performance at the end of the year.
I mean, like every
And a big
video they
number.
start with, like all their videos are good. I like all their videos because the stuff they teach in there seems genuine. Like every video starts with, and maybe it's just for like credibility, so you listen to him. But he's like, "Hi, I'm Lance, and I'm the top trader, and I made $2 million last year." And it's like, dope. Like that's dope. Like I want to make $2 million last year too, but show me the secret sauce. And so I feel like they've got some secret sauce there at S&B. Because all of their stuff is public too. Like, because I did a lot of looking into them too, because I thought it was bullshit. I'm like, oh, here we go, another fucking bullshit thing, Like, because I watch a lot of the Axia Capitals stuff, and I've talked to a couple of the guys at Axia, and I know they're legit. They might
That's
not be
UK,
like
that one, isn't it, Axia?
yeah, they might not
Yeah,
be
that's
the
the
most like straight and narrow type of dudes. Like, they know some people. It feels like, but like they're genuine. They know what they're talking about.
Yeah, because they basically have that junior trader who's at Axia, and you can kind of follow, if you've watched the videos for a while, you can kind of follow his progression as he goes along.
Yeah, exactly. And
The
he's
guy
doing
with the curly hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, so it seems like that's kind of like my next step is, being able to work with, one of them, or like getting to know them, get them on our show, something like that. And if that's what they need, like if I need to have a little bit of notoriety to get some of these people into our circle, then that's the only way I know how to do it. Because like I maybe could do it like the social media way and just get like a bunch of followers and stuff, but I don't have the effort for that when it comes to stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's just like, to me, I'm just like, I'd rather fucking drill a hole through my hand, because it's just, that's what it seems like. Like, why am I on the computer not trading when I could be playing video games? Like, those are the only two things I want to do on the computer. That's it.
What platform are you talking about, or what exchange?
I'm talking about those guys at S&B Capital.
Oh, S&B.
And you know what I think it is? I don't know necessarily, like, I mean, I'm sure they're smart, plenty smart. But I think maybe, damn, dude, this trade is massacring it. Jared, you're such a pussy. I hope you're
Dude,
in
I
here
know.
still.
No, shut up, shut up. Yeah, I'm watching and I'm like, do I enter a short right here? And I'm like, I don't know. And then it goes down more. I'm like, should have entered. Dude, I got out at 41 and then it just keeps puking. I'm like, oh, I wish I was in.
Pathetic. Emotional damn. Um, but like it seems like because those guys have like that Bloomberg terminal, and you know, like all those tools that they have to find all of these stocks. And if they're going to pay you, like if they're going to fund you, like you're not going to have to really have any risk except for you have to buy in at SMB. And I think it's like a $30,000 buy-in or something like that. Which is, worth it. I think we're coming into some volume area actually here on the market too. So that's why I like this 5-day volume profile. You can see we're coming into that volume shelf. So yeah, and there you go. You get a little bit of a bounce there. So just watch to see how the rally continues.
Mm-hmm.
This pink bar here indicates that the volume was over 10,000. So you're seeing a lot of volume come in at the low end of a move. So I imagine a lot of momentum traders. And if we get much over this bar here, expect a little bit more short covering. So just be careful here a little bit. If you're still in the short trying to manage it.
And then just wait and then get it back into it.
Yeah, there you go.
Where'd you get in, Brad?
What's that?
In this trade? Where'd you get in on this trade?
I got in on this
Or is this
trade
the trade from yesterday?
at 49 and then got out.
This is the trade from yesterday.
Oh no, the trade from yesterday is from 65. That's a swing trade though.
Gee.
Yeah.
Hey Brad, I forget where I read it.
Oh no, this.
Oh,
this.
Go ahead.
I don't know if it. Yeah, so this thing's weird. Sometimes I fucking hate Sierra, and I swear it switches. This trade was from 44, but my little line says 49. I don't even have any. That was like a long time ago too. Yeah, so I don't know about that. I don't know why it's switching. What were you saying, Jared? Sorry.
I forget where I read it the other day, and it was saying like, I forget the number, so don't quote me on this, but it was like 80% of trades or like days basically start at one end of the market and move all the way to the other end of the market, and they tend to finish at the opposite end. So it's not like, most of the time
take that information, ball it up, toss it in the trash. That's garbage information. It's garbage information. Whoever told you that.
No, hold on. What I was gonna say is the market does have rallies and blah 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 and dips and everything. I get that, which would blow most accounts. But I'm saying if you had a large enough account, typically speaking though, it ends on like let's say it's a one time frame market up, right? If you entered in the long, right, at the entry at the very open, right, typically in the last 20 minutes of the day, it was saying would be your best exit. It's saying that it tends to end on that. It doesn't.
Right. And so this is
all the way back down.
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying. And this is why I'm telling you to ball this information up and throw it in the trash, because he's trying to simplify a concept that is already a concept. He's talking about balance. 80% of days trading are balance days. So why would you buy the open when you can just wait to identify balance and have a better entry? That's the dumbest fucking thing I have ever, like, not ever heard, because I've heard dumb shit, but like that's just the laziest thing ever.
I get it, but as I like go back and look at days, it does tend to like this. Like it would not surprise me if this day ended on a low. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is like a trend day.
Well,
this is not a balance.
So
this is not what he's talking about,
like,
though.
Yeah. So what he was saying is like just to stay in the trade, like trust in your trade in the morning. Like this guy was saying basically that if you entered the short this morning, right? Like, yeah, you might be able to close it at 4,100, right? But he's saying it won't get to 4,100 and then probably end at like 4,138. He's saying you'll typically end 80% of days typically end near the opposite. So it's like it's not going to end, come down to 4,100 and then go back up to 4,134. He's saying you'll end somewhere around 4,100 if it gets down there.
Yeah, but what if you took a long on the open?
Oh, then no, I get.
Then you're fucked. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Fucked. Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. That's a dumbass fucking.
No,
that's
I'm saying like no.
What kind of concept is that?
No, what I'm saying is if you're in a winning trade, right, and it just starts going your way, typically 80% of days you should just stay in that fucking trade all day.
Depends on your entry, bro.
I don't think that's right. I think he's wrong. I could tell you I could tell you for a fact he's wrong. Watch this, and we can look at a million stocks too. I know he's fucking wrong because he's misidentifying a concept that's already been invented because he's a fucking idiot. Every balance is 80% of days, which is what he was trying to say, but now he's trying to say that most days finish on an extreme, which is just simply not the case. Here's the close. The high, we're 35 handles off the high. Here's the close, directly in the fucking middle. Here's the close, 20 handles off the high, or 20 handles off the low. Here's this close, 30 handles off the low. Trend day doesn't count. It's not balance, and he's talking about balanced days. Trend day doesn't count. Balance. This one closes at the low. Lucky for him. Balance closes at the middle. Balance closes at the high. Trend closes at the high. Balance closes at the middle. Balance closes at the middle.
I think
trend.
he was talking about trend days. But...
No, he's not, because they're not. If he said they happen 80% of the time, he's a fucking idiot.
And I get what you're saying. Most days are balanced days.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Most days are balanced. 80% of days are balanced. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm sure on trend days, it does go because that's what a trend day is. It goes one way the whole day.
Yeah, but that's not what he was. That's not what he was saying. At least that's not how I interpreted what Jared said.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So
on a trend day,
you wouldn't know if it was a trend day though at the open.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. How can you know it's a trend day? Yeah, you're staying if 80%. So let's talk about this. 80% of days are balance. Those are pretty decent odds, right? You guys would take those odds. I would take those odds. If I told you that instead of your trade being 50-50, it's 80-20, you're like, okay, I'll take that, right? You guys aren't fucking mental. Okay. So you get in and the market moves in your favor, right? And you're up a pretty decent amount, 10 points, let's say. 80% chance of balance, right? 80% chance of balance. You're all the way down here now. And you're still holding because, whatever. 80% chance of balance. The market rallies all the way back. The day finishes balanced. Excess on the low, excess on the high. Market finishes at 46. You sat here all fucking day for what? 10 points? Yeah. Insanity. So, like I said, ball that information up and throw it in the fucking garbage, because it was garbage information. It's basically trying to make you lazy, and that's.
Thanks, Jared. You wasted our time, man.
No, that's actually a good example, because there's a lot of information out there that tries to get you to shortcut stuff. Oh, you don't have to read the book; just read this little paper instead. It's like, oh, don't do your homework; you'll do fine on the test. Going for the ruby, exactly. Yes. And so what can happen is shit like that, and then you spend you're up here. If buyers show up, I'm not a fucking psychopath, right? I'll close the trade. I'm not just gonna sit here and hold it just so I can be like, I told you, James, I was right.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, only sometimes.
Someone said in the chat, Kitchen Fun Factory said, "Good morning. I've tested what Jared said, and it did not work."
It did not work.
That's on YouTube, bro. There you go. The internet never lies.
YouTube is never wrong.
Where'd you learn it? Internet. Remember back when we were kids? Oh, where'd you learn that? The internet. You're like, oh shit. Okay. Internet, huh? Gotta be true.
You got mail.
I saw it on TV. Gotta be true. Yeah. Gotta be careful out there.
Dude, they're really trying right now to drive this up, and they're just not doing a good job.
Yeah, look at all the.
I don't know about your 80.
Look at all the stacking that's going on. Offers and bids here, above and below. Here, let me detach this and pull this over.
Gonna have a lot of chance to the upside.
See this?
Coming in at 30.
Yeah, look at all these bids starting to stack up right here, and all these offers trying to move down to kind of smother. Where's Google? Google's down 8.5% now. They've got to be coming into some support here pretty soon. They just climbed below 100. Yeah, so Google has a little bit of support, about $1.50 lower at 97, 96, 94. So remember 80%. Just saying. And that's the thing, is like a trend day can turn into balance later in the day. That's why it makes no sense. Like, why would you hold on to a winning position? You know, I don't
An
know.
early winning position that turns losing.
And that can happen as well. Yeah. Especially because a lot of times the open is in the middle of that balance.
That's where the bot's at. It got in a good position and then things did not go its direction. But it held. It held on. Just
Now
like
there's
Jared
a
said.
there's a similar strategy out there with the initial balance, and like, let's say if you're in a winning trade that's below initial balance, then you just hold on to it and let it run. I know that people do that, but they still are not going to just hold it and just put their stop here and let it go as far as it can go. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. That's not a day trading strategy, I guess. Maybe that works like, you know, swing trading or something like
You'd have to
that.
have multiple lots and like layer out of it or something.
Yeah, I don't know, that would just be such a tough thing to do.
You
I
have to be
feel
able to
like.
identify the trend day right at the beginning before there's a return.
Which is impossible.
Right.
Because if it was possible, then you would only trade trend days. You would only need to. Because you would only. Exactly, because you would only need to. You know, it's just like.
Damn it. And I
Yeah,
didn't get filled right there. I tried to short that. Once I saw it got rejected and went back down, and then it went back up, I tried to short it, did not get filled.
We're at that 30 area?
It was like 32.
Mm. And there's still stuck shorts here on this low. What are you saying, TJ?
I was just gonna say I've seen a similar strategy. Someone was posting that they were
Piece of
trying where
shit.
like
I wish I was
every 10 points they buy a lot. So like the market's trending down, like every 10 points they basically average in, but since most days are balance days, and they're like basically hoping that it comes back up or something like that. And like when they post these huge winners, it looks appetizing, but that's like when you don't come back, that's gotta be a heck of a loser.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people on Twitter like clowning somebody, and they were like, it was like one of the days when the market was trending up and they were shorting, or maybe the opposite, it was trending down and they were longing, but they posted like their gain, and like somebody had clipped like what they were saying, like they were like long 42, long 28, long the 01, you know, like they were obviously like averaging in on a loser, and it said like 182 lots later, up $700. I'm like, 182 lots? Like, that's only a thing you can do on the sim, you know?
I've done it.
You know, and that's a danger about the sim, is like when you're on the sim, you feel like, you know, unbreakable, because you literally are, you know, because it's the margin doesn't work like that.
You did 600 lots.
Oh, that trade I was doing the other day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In sim, I had like, I don't know. I was just trying to get my sim back positive, and I was just like, oh, screw this. I'll just. And so I kept adding lots, 150, 150, 150.
Yeah, you can just run them up like forever.
Yeah. The one day, Brad, I made like 300 grand.
Yeah.
That was so funny. Like, all right, I got a couple $100 million in leverage. I can do this.
But the thing is like, to get that much money in leverage, you're not going to be allowed to trade like that. You know what I mean? Because someone will shut it, like, because it's not your money, so someone will just close your position. Like, whoops. You're like, what happened? And it'd be like, I'll tell you what happened. You fired. Get the fuck out.
Especially if you're in profit, though. They're like, all right, you had enough fun. It's like, go back.
They'd even if you hit profit, they'd still fire you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you might get a pat on the back. You're still getting the axe.
I don't know. I started watching that Billions. That's stupid. I don't know. You guys were talking about that was a good movie, a good series.
It is.
I don't know. You would never have the wife of the attorney working at your law firm. The whole premise is dumb.
It's just the show, man. The chase. The fucking suspense. It's just a suspenseful show. That's what it is. It's suspense.
I'll talk about suspense. I'm fucking pissed right now. That was that short at 41. I took another one at 30, 31.50, caught some of it, but geez, I should have held on that short. So pussy.
Why are you so pussy?
Are you still holding your short, Brad?
Yeah. Yeah, we just keep trapping, like, you know, or just keep piling out like as fast as possible. So until they like really give it up. Now it's looking like 41.20 is where the bid's at. So if there's no bids below, we might have to rally a little bit to find some offers, maybe up to 30. Yeah, but if these offers start just giving up, then like once the sellers stop moving down, I'll probably close it. I think I would exit the 30 here. I really don't want to hold too much above this 32 area, to be honest. Just because like I said, we're pulling into this, volume, so we're kind of finding it. You're seeing sellers get heavy short around this 30, so if they give it up, I mean, that next resistance up kind of is going to be 38, so that'd be, I want to hold through that.
Yeah, they're rallying right now. I'm just waiting.
When you see the weighted AD like come down as far as it did, and then looks like it's starting to round, like does that mean anything to you? Like, do you take that as like a sign?
Like, is that like a divergence
or anything?
Yeah, definitely. And so when we had this low right here, we had this tick below 1,000, but we didn't make a newer low. Like, I mean, maybe it did by like a centimeter or something, who knows. But like it didn't make like a newer low, and so like you could tell that selling pressure was kind of weak there. And so yeah, I do. I like to see it keep going lower. A lot of times though, what I look for is like 3 in a row. So like, we're going down, right? We've been going down pretty much like for a while now, ever since we rolled over. And so if we get like a green bar and then another green bar and then another green bar, then I start to get like, really tight. And like a lot of times, it could either be like that's the break before the push, or that's going to be the sign of balance starting to happen.
Are those 5 minutes or 1 minute candles?
The weighted AD is 5 and the tick is 5.
Trapped them again.
But like here, and that's the thing, is like you really have to wait until these close, because it's like, oh, it's green, it's red, it's green, or pink, green, pink, green, pink. But we've got 3 more minutes on this bar to finish, and so it could finish lower. Okay. Good. Bye.
Take it out. Step off the door.
Okay, I'll get some at the Garrity's. Bye. Oh, fuck. Seeing a little bit of an offer move down there on that 27, but no progress there. Starting to see some stuck shorts kind of from like this 27 to 29, I think. Yep. I need to force this thing a little bit lower. Oh, there goes the bid. No bid. Oh, fuck. There they are. Yeah, careful here. These sellers look like they might be getting stuck here, and you might get a little Paparuski before another attempt. Maybe up to like 40. Is that chart in your new chart book? Which chart? Pulling and stacking. Oh no, I just made this because I stopped using the Thinkorswim bookmap one because it was like just fucking massacring my GPU. Bid steps up to the 26.5 now. I can post it though. Yeah.
It's a trap.
Yeah, so some real short covering there, but they didn't pop that 32 yet. Hmm. So this one is not, yeah, this one is just like, yeah, pulling and stacking. Like it's not actually traded orders. So you just kind of got to be, just remember, like it doesn't, just because you see like a, you know, an order up there, like there's a bigger order up at the 35 or 33.50, doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna trade up there.
They do that to jack with people, jack with the retail traders.
Well, sometimes they'll do it like they'll be like, hey, like if you want to come up here, you're gonna have to fill this order, and so buyers won't, you know, you don't buy into strength, you know what I mean? So they see that order and they're not, oh, I'm not gonna buy that because, you know, they'll wait for a pullback, and so like I only really take them into consideration like when they're like right next to price, like a point away, point or less away, like a big bid or a big offer, like right next to price. Other than that, yeah, it's just it's a fugazi.
Fugazi, fugazi, it's a wazi, it's a woozy.
Fucking pixie dust. Doesn't exist.
All those orders.
A head and shoulders on a 1 minute? Oh, kind of, yeah.
Right back up to that 32, and just were like, nah, dude, they ain't got the juice. It ain't looking good for them anyway.
For buyers or sellers?
For buyers. Like it ran right up to that 32, and it's just like, nah.
Remember that bid's on 26. So we'll see how if it comes to 26, how it acts here. you're kind of starting another balance, right? We talked about this earlier, a little 1 minute balance. Had this ugly one and then kind of balanced lower, finally broke, and we're doing the same thing down here. Right?
We're
And
almost to
so,
the.
I mean, our
POC.
zone that we drew today, I mean, I don't want to say it's perfect, but I mean, goddamn. What'd you say? We're almost to the POC?
Yeah, the previous 2 days POCs are like almost the same spot. We're almost down to that spot.
Yeah, that 4120. That was that area, that big area. There was like a bunch of references there yesterday. They're still stuck shorts on the low here, but you just saw buying on the 26, so that bid's still kind of, he's still around, at least.
It's working.
I'll be right back. All right, place your bets. So the point of control shifts down here. So it starts to become even more dangerous now of balance, right? Because if the price gets above this point of control, now we know we've got a lot of people starting to get nervous, right? So, you know, what we'd like to see, and there's a big offer right there, right at the price trying to get filled here.
This is one of those spots that is tricky sometimes. Like when it's like, do you look for a mean reversion, or do you wait for it to come up and then re-enter the short? Because like sometimes, you're just like totally wrong side.
If it can't get above that 32, I'm still thinking short for me. If it gets above that 32, I'd probably think long.
Because like sometimes like I'll wait, like hey, I'm gonna wait for it to come up to 36 to 38 and then re-enter short, and then like boom, 10 points, it shoots up, or something crazy. It's like daggum, like I knew I should have been playing the mean reversion, like so it's like I don't know, sometimes it's harder to decipher than others.
Daggum.
But you know that 80% of the time that mean reversion trade is probably the trade, and you're able to identify a spot. I'm pointing at the fucking screen like an idiot. You're able to identify a spot that you know you're wrong at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like that's...
How high are you right now?
What do you mean?
You're like, I'm sitting here pointing at the screen.
I told you. I texted you this morning. I was like, don't listen to me. But I might be a genius.
What were you just saying? You said 80% of the time the mean reversion works. Is that what you said?
Well, 80% of the time we have a balanced day.
Oh,
so like even if we get extension, right, there's good odds that at some point we're going to go back into balance. Because the market's always searching for value. And so like that's where it builds value, is by balancing. So like, you have those, and then you just take like keynotes, like I cut my short. You take like keynotes, oh god damn it. School's calling, hang on. Hello?
Thought about going.
Oh, hi, this is him.
This 32. See if shorts would cover. That's what I was trying to debate. It's like, do I go long or do I wait and short when it gets up here?
I mean, everything I'm seeing is saying long, but I agree with you right at that D. Let's see what it does here.
You have to have D.
I think when they're trying to get this next candle to close those singles,
Oh,
that's my guess. I mean, I'm not sure if it'll go much, if it'll go after that, but I'm gonna guess the F's gonna open up. It's gonna pop. It's gonna do a hard pop and take out some of those singles, and then they're gonna see if they can't finish the job.
let's finish the job.
We came right down into a box I had drawn too with the 23.5.
That's what Biden kept
And-
saying last night. Let's finish the job.
And maybe you should have taken that long.
Yeah, it's been a couple days since that zones got tested, so I always like to see how it's gonna act first.
Yeah,
Because I
Brad.
traded both ways. Like if it goes through that zone, then I'll short that spot instead of long, or whatever.
Hey, Brad, is it game time?
He's talking to the school, leave him alone.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
All
Look
right,
at-
10 seconds. F's gonna
Oh.
open. It's gonna pop a few of those singles.
You think?
I don't
Hasn't
see how
gotten
F
above-
doesn't, with the amount of pressure that
Everything
it's doing,
looks-
pushing up right now. With
Yeah.
F opening up, I don't see how it doesn't pop up at least a little.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it hasn't gotten above that D open.
You mean D halfback?
Or D halfback, sorry. I don't know. Sours might just pile in right here. You never know.
You're in a short?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
You're like,
You're
oh,
all,
Jared's in the
you're
short.
all calling it. Oh, it looks like that they're struggling to keep it up. We're still in that zone though. But I guess the question is whether or not they can actually take E high, or they're gonna have to fall back. There's definitely a lot of downward pressure, but counts are starting to even out and the tick is above 0.
It's coming down though.
It is. It is coming down. But 134 is a weekly open. So if they keep it above 41.34, you think that shorts will cover? Is that what you're saying? From right? I think if we hold, it could move up. Well,
Yeah, but nothing
we're-
says it's gonna go up.
All right. So what I was saying, right, is like if you know that it's 80% chance of balance, eventually if you get rid of excess, right? So we consider C excess, D excess. So you take your profile, you give it a little split, and you're like, oh, okay, so it's coming down here, it's kind of failing. We see that point of control shift, so we can probably buy if it comes back down, holds the point of control, and trade it towards the high. or even if it comes back towards the low, and you would want to see it kind of shred through the point of control to come back towards the low. You just, when you're doing this, you just got to remember you can't get sucked in and miss the bigger picture as well, right? Because this is still trapped inventory, right? So to really make it back to a balanced day, it's going to have to fill these singles up here. And so
Saw it even broken E high too.
And so like when you have those abilities to like identify and kind of manage risk, even if the trade doesn't work out, I still think like those are trades that you want to take. You just got to remember to take in context of the market. Like is it still look like they're kind of pounding on this low, or are we getting some slow tempo? Are we getting kind of weak? What's going on with the tick? Is the tick making new lows, or is the tick trying to hold above the zero line? And then that's why I added the volume profile, because it makes it a little bit easier to see, like with the shelves sticking out like this. The offer's up at 36, but they didn't go get it.
Right. Where's the TPOC for you? That's way up there though, right? 52.
TPOC?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I mean, it's at 52.
Yeah, so the point of control that you were talking about is which one?
TPOC.
And
30?
where is that? 30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about to be, I mean, honestly, I consider it the TPOC too, because we've got 3 TPOs right there,
Well,
and all the volume.
We'll keep it different because TPOC is TPOC, VPOC is VPOC, otherwise.
No, I don't I consider them the same right now. So even though the computer's telling us that 52,
Got it.
Yeah.
I hear you. Yeah.
Because we do have 3 TPOs down here. We just have to wait for this F bar to close for the point of control to shift, because that's how the computer works.
Yeah, it adjusts. Yeah.
So you see it shreds through the point of control there, right? We just traded right through it. And so now as it gets down to this E low, look to see the tempo. Look at the tick. What's the weighted AD doing? The weighted AD is making a lower low. Still have trapped longs. They couldn't even get a break of the E high, and the E high was mechanical. So that tells us that we've got some momentum shorts down here for sure, and they're getting stuck. But we just don't have any real information yet. As soon as we hold this point of control, all these shorts start covering. Much above 32. Well, the same spot. We're back in this balance. So 32 is again the level. But we can use this point of control and use this 32. Jared's like, I'm back to break even, thank God. So if it pops the 32, retest, holds, you kind of get that good opportunity there. So we're not going to be able to use the 30. We're going to have to use the 32. It'd be dope if it drew a line from the lowest low. Wonder if I can add that code in there. That'd be cool. Here we go. There's a 32.
So buyers might be trying right here again.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. It looks like kind of nobody's doing anything. I want to see the covering. These shorts cover. Here they go. 32. They're stuck. Sellers are stuck on 32 quarter here. We're just gonna have to go up on short covering all fucking day.
Yeah. They're trying to rotate, but we got slammed down earlier. Let's see what happens again.
Stuck like a chuck in the mud there. Now buyers are kind of getting stuck up here at 34. What are you guys doing? 33.50. There's an old offer there. Yeah, they didn't quite get down there. Those sellers really, I mean, they've got to get down to this 32 quarter to break even. There they go. So now we've got buyers stuck at 34.
Silence and lands.
If there's a dump, Nasdaq can go to 500 if, but
Silence
not
of the
immediately.
lands.
I don't know. Nasdaq's one high away from going back to 12,655.
One of the interesting things is that Google sort of leveled out at 8% down. It was like 8.5 earlier.
Yeah, so Google's coming into
leveled out.
To all this support right here, 97, 96, 94. There's all these people that are selling puts down here. So it's going to take a lot of pressure, I think, to bust through these. But if it does bust through, you got gaps down here on Google.
Yeah, they got back up there again.
Yeah, so buyers are still trapped up here at 34, but once they get up there, if they get up there, I guess, you know, you'll probably see that's where the momentum's going to start. They're going to be like, I want one. All right, Roach, have a good day, man. Be like the mad dash for the TVs. What's crazy is Microsoft is technically still positive. You know, if you look at Microsoft, Microsoft's above yesterday's high. Here's yesterday's high. Still above yesterday's high. And that seems like a mechanical low there, though. We might be going back down. If Microsoft starts to break, this thing's going to break too. Because Microsoft's been the kind of the leader, I think, on this upside. Because here's Apple, right? Apple kind of looks like shit. So let's do that. Let's watch Microsoft. An alert here. Alert. Or below. Show. Brad, did you send that chart with the pulling and stacking? I can't see anything sort. No, I'll do it once I close the stream. I'll do it. Yeah. No problem.
Fire sale, fire sale.
No, so we're above the 32 now. So now you're kind of you're kind of balancing a little bit higher now. Right? This really, you know, if you just try to understand the concept of balance. Balance. Balance.
It was a nice push on that.
Balance. Right? We just checked back in and that was it. Got above the 32 and we even back tested it perfectly. You could see it. Right? I mean, not perfectly, but good enough. And it just came right.
I agreed with Stacy earlier, even though I said contradictory to that. So Stacy was like, I think it's, you know, gonna at least take the D half back. You know, it's like one tick away. I was like, yeah, you're probably right. And I was like, but it looks like sellers are coming in here, and they did, and they drove it all the way back down. I was like, oh, good thing I didn't take that trade. But now, I mean, I wish I would have bought that low right there, because I think it's got the juice to probably head for that C low.
Yeah, and that'll be kind of telling. So into those single prints, it will be kind of telling of shorter of like whose inventory it is, right? If we run right through it, we can just assume that those top single prints are probably going to get ran through as well. But if we fade in there, then that means there's, you know, still some people trapped above, which could be possible, but it looked like people kind of averaged in here. So I would say that D middle section would kind of bring us back to, kind of bring the market back to balance. Everyone's kind of copacetic with that, I feel like. So maybe like 41, 45.
Stacy,
That's
what's
as
the bot end?
that's as good as I can do for you, boss.
What was that? What was that? What was
What's
that?
the
Hey,
what's
hey,
the
hey,
bot
hey,
end?
hey, quiet. The bot said a short or long.
Long. Okay.
It got in way earlier. Currently, it is, just to give an idea, it is, it did the double down early on because of course it was on a freaking tear at the beginning, and then it did 3 average ins, 3 average in buys. So currently it is about, I don't know, 20% lower than its original entry with the average ins, but it's a double down. I mean, this is what I was saying earlier. It's a double down day. So it actually bought twice the number of contracts than it normally would have. Because of counts from yesterday.
What defines as what makes it a double down day?
So
catch back
if
up?
it has counts, so if there are counts at the end of the day, on the previous day, and it gets into a trade in the same direction as those counts, then it will double down the next day.
Oh man, shorted got out so quickly. Below 35, it fell apart again.
And Stacey, will it hold the trade overnight?
No, it gets out same day.
Microsoft broke the open.
Currently, it's about 30% down.
So Microsoft is, well, technically still green, or broke the high. So Microsoft's back inside its previous day's range. So this will be key to see if Microsoft gets accepted inside its previous day's range or not. We'll add another alert. My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, it gets in and out same day. It doesn't hold. I mean, I can turn it off and tell it to hold and force it to hold. But the focus is to try and get it to, I mean, part of it is that I kind of want to just let it play out, even though I'm a significant amount of money in the hole right now. But the reality is that if I just look at the days based on what it makes, or the months of what it makes overall, it's the long game. That's the point. It's the long game. And as long as I don't overextend, and meaning that I'm telling it to do too many contracts per buy, that kind of solves my issue. So if it loses money, I basically means that I have to drop the number of contracts to account for that. But other than that, to just leave it as is and let it run.
Cool.
I have to screenshot this and use it in a slide. It's such a perfect 1 minute balance. Yeah, his bots are live. They're in a live account.
Yeah, they trade on TD.
Brad, so did you switch to looking for longs down here?
I'm not in a position, but I'm just kind of watching. But I think, yeah, I think, you know, that 32, I took the first 32, but I didn't take that second one. You know, I think you can probably just play both sides of this now. And you're kind of like, you know, if we were to use the gray box as like the balance zone, how do we move this? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I can't move this box here. But if we were to draw like the gray box as this kind of balance zone, we draw it like this.
15-minute chart looking interesting here.
Target filled.
Okay, flat on these scalps. That was fun. Still pushing.
Yes, you can paint it. Yes,
May
but like
go
right
to
here,
38,
basically.
38-ish, 39. Who knows? They're trying.
Yeah, and so you're kind of getting like this, you know, this kind of balance or like kind of bottoming look. You're starting to build your first sign of a 45 degree, you know. Even though I'm not a huge fan of this F low, just 2 ticks off of that, but you know, it's hard to kind of fight what's happening here. You're seeing the higher lows get made. We know where the single prints are at, and so just based off of how it acts when it breaks above this balance will kind of give us really what we can do. So if we pop up and get rejected here and then trade back below, let's call it 41.41, then we know we can probably target the low and the balance is not going to happen and the trend down is going to continue, right? And 41.41 is just would be a failure to close single prints. But above that and the closing of single print starts to bring more rotation into the market, and maybe it does rotate back down, but probably not to take the low, probably just to be like, hey, you guys sure you want this price this high? And then buyers say either yes or no, and then, you know, you get the kind of rotations. And right now we're getting like this coiling kind of look too.
Was I on mute this whole time, Brett? Or have you heard me for a while or no?
No,
Nope.
I have not.
So my automatic
I was
mute
fucking muted.
had kicked in, meaning that I was ignoring you. No, you weren't. You didn't have any audio. There was nothing.
Ugh. Dude, I've been talking for a while.
You probably
You're
didn't say
like, why
anything
is no one
interesting.
listening to me?
So.
Why are they ignoring me?
Well, I was gonna say, like, it's so tempting to be in a long, and I did take a little long off of like 29 and then got out at 33. But at the same time, it's like we spent so much time down here that I feel like it's kind of getting accepted down here. You know what I mean? Or maybe I'm misinterpreting that. I don't
No,
know.
that exactly, yes. So like, and so typically what we have, like, well, so they say like 3 periods. Typically the market won't be more than 3 TPOs wide during a trend day. So with the next period opening up in 9 minutes, we'd want to see some continuation to really become a believer that these lower prices are getting accepted. The tempo just got kind of slow, so the selling definitely could continue, and I think, you know, you're definitely on track with seeing value moving lower for sure. We just have to, you know, we're just kind of in a spot where the selling might have just been done.
Not sure about where value is moving. I just know that the Friday pop for me is 2075, and they front ran that and stayed up.
I'm just talking about intraday value. So like we had A, B, and C 3 TPOs wide. Now we move lower. We have D, E, F 3 TPOs wide.
Gotcha.
So
they pushed it. Great move. Half the profit that we could have had on the longs. Oh man, look at that.
now imagine you're holding from the open and we're back in E period when I said that was the low, and we go 80% of times into balance, and you just gave back 20 points.
So yeah, 18 points.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, not that it was gonna be the low, but like, you know, there's always that possibility, and the market had basically just kind of given up. Then we get filled at the 40 here, and
if we end near below 24 or near it, Brad, I'm gonna kick you in the dick.
I mean, but that's the thing.
I'm
Like,
just gonna go to Hawaii and just junk punch you. You're like, "What's up?" I'm like, "What's up?" Throw my hand up, like, well, I'm gonna say, "What's up?" And then fucking boom, and then go, you know why?
Jared, I gave you a trade today.
Dude,
You owe
I
me.
now, bro. Yeah, I'm ready to game, dude. I, take the stress off, dude. It was just, and I didn't take a whole lot of stress, but it was just like, I feel more, and this is a psychological thing. I feel more stress when I'm in a winning fucking trade. Like I know it should be the opposite, but then I'm like, do I close it? Do I close it? Like, how am I being greedy? And then I feel stress in a winning trade.
You know what will
And
help with that?
Hmm.
Planning, like writing down your plan.
You think so?
Oh, do I think so? Fucking hell.
Are you freaking kidding?
Stupid fuck.
I just
That's
like talking
that's
shit.
number 2. No, it
No,
really
but
will.
I do.
It
though,
really will.
because like a lot of times, Brad, like I know, contrary to popular belief, a lot of times like I do get into like really good trades and good entries, and I just close them too soon, and it's because I'm like, oh fuck, man, there's 600. Ooh, there's 800, and I'm like, take it, and all of a sudden it's just like would have had 3 grand, 4 grand. I'm like, ugh.
Well, yesterday, if you wouldn't have been a pussy and bought the 4100 like you said you were gonna do, you would have had 80 points.
Oh, bro, I'd been rich. Yeah.
So I mean, and that's because you're not writing any of this stuff down. You're just saying it out loud. Luckily, James remembered it. I would have said bullshit. I'm like, you did not say that shit.
No, if you rewind
Naturally.
the tape from yesterday, I did say it though. I was like, it was at 4108, and I says, the low is at 4104. I'm like, I would not be surprised if it went down to 4100 and just ripped up the whole day. And it
Counts are
fucking did
flipping.
exactly that.
I heard it.
Hello?
Counts have flipped.
Wait,
Which
did
way?
you hear him? Hey,
Hello?
he said he heard it. He said he heard it.
Are you
You
getting
forgot
call
your
counts
lunch?
or P counts?
Can you get a hot lunch?
No, the counts are now more C counts than
What do you
P
mean,
counts.
why? Okay. I'll run it over there. Bye. Maybe like 15.
Not by a lot, but by a little.
That's what I'm saying. If you just get a lunch there, it'll be fine. What's that? You're gonna have a hot lunch? Okay. Bye.
They rejected 41 for now.
What a shock.
Hey, Brad, what time do you want to game?
Oh, I'm ready. Whatever.
I mean, I can get on.
Why,
like,
Jared?
right
Some of us are still trying to make money.
now. No, dude, keep going. You guys are doing great. I'm done for the day, though. I'm just trying
Brad
to.
said he was gonna make today his bitch.
No, he already did. I know he did. So, Brad,
It's not over.
don't be greedy, man. Don't be greedy, man.
I gotta put this on my job application, Jared.
I know. Yeah, I got it. All right. Well, I'm gonna call it a day there. It was a good day.
All right. We'll catch you later.
All right. Later, everybody. Have a good day.
Later, Jared.
Hey, man.
See you guys.
Okay, is he gone?
So messed up.
Thanks, Obama. It'd have been so hilarious if Biden said that last night at some point.
What?
Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama.
Oh, that would have been funny as fuck. Or he was throwing some digs, and it was hilarious.
Yeah. Like, oh, well, when they were saying that, when he was talking about how some of the Republicans want to take away Medicare and Social Security, and they were all boo. He's like, okay, so then we agree. We're not doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was funny. It was funny. Like he was. I mean, he was on his game. He was on his A game.
I know, it's weird. It's almost like, when he was talking about the opiate, not the opiates, but the what's that? Fentanyl. And somebody's like, it's your fault. I don't know why somebody screamed it's your fault. I didn't even get where that came from. How's it? Well, like, unless they're talking about the 3 strike rule thing he did back in the 80s, whatever. But
Yeah,
how is
Kamala
Brown?
Harris knows about that 3-strike rule.
Yeah, she's a fucking. I wonder if he does win, if he'll get a different running mate.
You wonder if what?
If he'll get a different if he runs again, if he'll get a different running mate. Does that ever happen?
He's not running again.
Oh, Biden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I don't
Did
see
he?
how he at his age. I don't see how he gets
He-
a second nomination.
He didn't announce that he's running again, did he?
Oh, but we're talking like he is.
The man is 80 years old. Let him
Yeah,
relax.
There's no effing way.
Like,
if he
fuck.
runs
It's not
again,
even
I
good.
don't.
It's not a good 80 either.
We could put a
Right.
fucking mannequin against him if he runs again, and he wouldn't win.
I mean,
Have a good one, you all.
he gets a lot of grief. He did really good last night. But, like, I mean, he's 80, you know? It's time to retire.
Got 1 minute till E period.
I honestly think they should cap any political positions at 65.
Yeah, definitely.
Because a lot of them, they don't want to retire because they don't want to just get Social Security. Why would I just get Social Security when I get this fucking free $110,000 position and all these insider tips? You know?
Yeah, they still can call whoever it is on whatever committee, and
Yeah. But they don't get to rub the elbows with them. Microsoft bounced off yesterday's high for the most part, or yesterday's close.
it bounced down.
No, bounced up.
Oh, bounced up. I thought you were saying it.
Yeah, so like I set this alert here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
you see
hard.
it kind of bounce all the way back to the center, kind of. Yeah.
That's like $1.50 that it bounced. That's what, like, almost
Yeah.
a full percent. $1.50 on, oh, I guess a little over 0.5%.
No, yeah, it's 1%. Bounced 1%.
Oh, there you go.
Almost exactly, yeah. Now we get the test of time. Can we get a liquidation, panic all the shorts in, and then get it back above this 24 and then back to the VWAP? Or are they just going to kind of shoot this VWAP up? It looks like a little continuation there.
It's trying.
And everyone just seeing their profits slowly dwindle because they're just holding from the open. You know? Like, I don't understand that. That's
You
not
are
a.
just never gonna let that go, are you?
No, I'm not. It was the dumbest shit I ever heard. It was the dumbest shit.
Don't listen to this shit.
I just hate. I hate when people are out there putting out bad information.
Yeah.
You know,
I think
like why?
just misunderstood.
Yeah, that's a high possibility.
Because that is dumb.
Yeah. But you gotta nip that in the bud quick, right? Because bad habits can build quick. Like if you start going down a rabbit hole of absolute nonsense, that shit's gonna affect you.
I believe you're right.
I know for sure because, and I'm not even talking about nonsense. I watch Tasty Trade every single day, right? Every single day before the market opens. I watch yesterday's close. They have like a show called The Close or whatever the fuck it's called, and then they have a show at 8 o'clock in the morning before we get on. And I watch both of them every single day without fail. And I can tell sometimes when I feel like Tom and Tony are leaning long or leaning short, I can tell that affects me. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, oh damn, if they're kind of thinking long, you know, I'm kind of thinking long, you know, and I can tell that affects me, and so that's when you have to really kind of set back, and the only thing that's really gonna be able to contradict that kind of thing is writing your fucking plan down. Right? Write your plan down.
They don't really use, like, they're all they don't really use indicators. They're like fundamentals.
No, they don't. Yeah, they're like wizards. But they trade different than we do. They're not day trading. They do day trades, but they're not necessarily day trading that much because they're using options and spreads and stuff like that. Because Tom uses a lot of ratio spreads, like Peter, and Tom and Peter are friends.
Which one was the beret?
Tom. There it goes.
Yeah, they definitely know what they're talking about. They lose me on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you know what? And so like I could literally put on that Tasty Live and just sit there and listen to it all day because you're just learning. Like, yeah, you might not understand it right this second, but the more you listen to it, eventually you're going to understand it. And a lot of the people on that network, right? Because they literally run a network all day. Where's the fucking internet at? YouTube. Like if you just go to YouTube, type Tasty Live, right? Tasty Live. Here they are. They're on all fucking day, right? They might not be talking about the futures, but they're talking about the market, and you're getting points of views from somebody that you know is a real trader. You know what I mean? Like for sure, 100% that these guys are actual traders.
Was the low about a month ago. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Zoom out on your chart. You got your chart.
Like,
there you go.
and so even if you're not understanding, they're talking about the SPY, which is basically the same as the ES. But even if you're not understanding what they're talking about, the more you listen to it, or you could be on YouTube and you're wasting your time watching shit like this. And well, let's see, where's the let's click day trading, and let's click where's the most views? 10 views. Let's go. What's got the most views? Here we go. This guy's got 35,000 views.
The thing that's different about a Verbo vacation home,
Verbo?
you always...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and
you know, and I've got nothing against this guy, but and he's just kind of giving his like spiel on the market, but like
on a little lower.
You know, he's giving you your technical analysis, but he's not actually trading. He's just giving you technical analysis. All of you guys know technical analysis. You know what a higher high is. You know what a lower low is. Unless you're brand new and you just came to the channel today, then maybe you don't. But like now you want to see how professionals, and these guys at Tasty Trade are professionals, are trading these other instruments. You know what I mean? Because not all of them trade the same. And this is why I've always said, like, you know, not everyone's going to trade like me, and I'm not going to trade like everybody else. We all have different styles. We all have different thresholds. You know, and so by getting exposed to those people, maybe you want to trade the ES because you like how it moves, but maybe you want to trade it with options instead, right? Because, you know, you seem to understand the way the options work a little bit better, or something like that, right? That's what Jim Dalton, he trades options on the futures. He doesn't really trade naked option contracts. And so, like, you know, maybe that's what you want to do. But yeah. I'm telling you, like, just by listening to that channel all day, it definitely can't hurt. It can actually probably create a to-do list that will never end.
They're not trying to sell you shit all day either.
No, they don't give a fuck. They make money.
Right, but I'm saying
that shit is free. They run that thing free all day. Yeah.
Sell you a course or try to sell you a, you know.
They have courses on their website. They're free.
Yeah.
They have like a basic futures course. They have like a basic options course. They have a bunch of courses on there. They post every single option trade they take too. If you get if you like create an account and have the Tasty Live app, it will show you. Just click view trades and it'll show you all the trades that they're making throughout the day.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to keep up because there's like, you know, fucking probably 20 of them trading and a lot of options going.
Brad, since we couldn't close those signals right there, and we like bounced down that far, are you thinking we roll over from here, or are you thinking that was just a pullback, continue higher?
I think we're still holding the trend up for now, because we're still making higher lows and we're still making higher highs. So for now, yeah, I still think that they're holding this pretty decently. We're one time framing up right now. I kind of think they're gonna give a little razzle dazzle here. Um, if we get this G low that takes the F low, and we don't make a lower low on the weighted AD, and we get 1,000 tick, that could be a spot to buy a pullback with a nice tight stop. But other than that, I mean, that's pretty much closed. Close. Oh, it is closed. Well, on the 2 tick, it's closed, I guess. Is there one tick right here?
Well, the fact that it rejected there, I still consider they're trapped longs there.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, see, would we kind of have to me, would kind of have to, we'd have to pick up some tempo here. I'm really watching Microsoft. If Microsoft breaks its low, then like on this little pullback, and you can see kind of Microsoft is pulling back right here. But if Microsoft doesn't take its low, could catch a little bit of a bounce. Apple's starting to kind of puke though. Apple's taking its low right now. This thing might just go low. Hang on. Tempo's picking up to the downside. Still kind of at that trend though. This is a tough one.
Google is below 8. I mean, it's not 8, it was 8% down. Now it's less than that.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that sort of feeds this trend.
Yeah, Google's not, so Apple's hitting the low, but Google's not near the low. We've got Amazon's way off the low, back to $100. Nice bounce there. Meta's way off the low. Microsoft is not on the low yet. We just need to watch Apple and Microsoft here. So 293 is that level down here. Come on, 1,000 tick. Sellers got stuck on the 30, looks like. Where's volume at? Still sitting on the 20. Nasdaq's kind of rolling over, but coming back into like a support right here as well. Or Microsoft's still holding. Hello? Hey. Good. Hi. A little tempo picking up there. A
Tempo to
little
the
volume
downside,
at
or do you mean
least.
tempo back up?
To the downside. It's kind of picking up. The volume starting to pick up a little bit as well. See those buyers on that 29 right there. So they actually traded. They were ready. And now you're kind of seeing a thin book on the downside here. It's interesting kind of look. Offers definitely, trying to pin here though. I'm struggling at this 29. Dun, 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 dun.
Kind of rejected off the VPOC, didn't it? Right there at 130.
Yeah, some buyers stepped up on that 29. They were down there, they got filled like on 30, and then they kind of stepped up down there. Zoom in on this 32 area.
Struggling to hold that 34.
I don't know. It looks like buyers are still holding, stepping
Push
up.
through it.
I feel like there's just a lot of momentum shorts that are just still wanting to smash this thing down one more time, or at least try the low one more time. I wanted to get filled at 26, but it didn't come down, so missed it.
In my sim, I'm filled at 23.
Nice, damn.
But
Nice.
I didn't get that in the other ones. The other ones are filled at 29. And I'm debating on if I want to close them early, but we'll see. I'm gonna let it get up. I have a pretty tight stop. So I'll let it run for a little bit. Of course, it was my third attempt to make that trade. Because I kept getting in and it stopped me out, getting in and stopped me out. Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced the bot's going to end up above water before the end of the day, even if this thing makes a complete upswing. AMD'd have to get to probably 8 contracts at 450. It's about 50 cents, 56 cents.
What's the IB rank there? 8. Ugh.
So this thing would have to get. It's a probably it'd have to AMD would have to jump to probably close to 87 for the bot to get out. That would be about even. But we'll see where it gets to. I mean, there's no guarantees, of course. It would be nice if it didn't get out as 30% down. That's definitely not a good look. I'm kind of hoping it goes up and takes out those other single prints. Up there at the 48.
Yeah, up here. Yeah.
I think if it does that, it has a chance of breaking on the open again.
It's just really gotta. Yeah, I think if they give up this 41-41 area, like if we see buyers jump on this 42 here, so like the G high, so we get back up to the G high, and you see buyers start hammering the bid, or start lifting the offer. Excuse me, if they start lifting the offer, yeah, I think you're probably right, because then we get back into that previous month's high, so everyone's that short. That previous month's high is probably going to cover, and that probably takes you right up to 50. And what was yesterday's halfback? Oh, yesterday's halfback was 42. Today's halfback is 45. Yeah, there's probably going to be some shorts here. But if you can hold above that 42, I think you're good to go. But you may get some shorts up here as well. People trying to short yesterday's halfback, holding on. But 46. I mean, 46.
The only thing I can say is every time I've decided to close the bot out early, I regret it. Because it ends up doing exactly what it needed to do, and so that's the reason why I've just sort of been letting it play out. It's not the most ideal situation, but I mean, it's a little unnerving when you're in, well, I'll just say double-digit contracts.
We may need to look at the IVR for AMD, like look at it here actually, the history of it. I mean, because Nvidia is still 24, so Nvidia might be a better vehicle right now than.
Well, that's why I upped the number of contracts for NVIDIA yesterday. Instead of 1, it was playing 2. But because it's a double down day in AMD, yeah, I'll just say that it's struggling. But I'll tell you right now, if this thing gets back to profit, it won't take much for this thing to make a shit ton of money. Because of how many contracts it's in. And it's pushing hard. It is definitely pushing hard right now. I just got back 5% in that last small push that it did.
Yeah, AMD's pushing, yeah. AMD actually looks pretty decent. It looks, I mean, now you're kind of starting to see, well, I wouldn't even say, it's just,
It's hard to say. I mean, and
yeah,
I know.
it's such a tough spot right here in the middle. But remember that 4165 was the big call wall, or no, the big gamma level from yesterday that John was telling us about too. So that could be, could get sucked back in towards that gamma, because that would be like a premium killer for these guys. Would make sense. And if AMD gets above, if AMD gets above 86 quarter, it probably trades all the way back up to 87 for sure.
Well, it's only 50 cents away, which isn't out of the question as long as it maintains the upward momentum. Counts are close to even, but have been struggling all day, so no guarantee, no love there. Tick is above. Oh, weighted AD has 3 up candles. Well, if this one closes on the up.
3 greens, yep. 6 more minutes.
So we'll hope that makes it.
How come I can't feel low? No, I got these $25 wireless headphones. Maybe they're $29 wireless headphones for my computer. They last way longer than my Apple ones.
Nice. I finally moved my stop into profit on these longs. I didn't trust it before. But we only have 5 minutes left in this period, and feels like H is going to fix that, at least that one single.
Yeah, still selling up there.
Yeah, watch the 35 here. Well,
That was
you
fast.
probably wait till 32, but you're kind of seeing this prior high here looks like where they're buying it off of. Like you can see it kind of popped up, and then that's where it sold off from. Now it's kind of getting a little pop up from that same spot.
It hit the 36 and basically rolled right back up to close to 37. Google's at 7.5% down now. AMD is actually not far off from being in the green today. Basically 10 cents down from being positive.
Yeah, you just got to see it on the backside of this 42. Because then remember that 45 was the big level earlier. Now the stops are lined up. This thing's going up 55 probably.
You think it's going to go to 55?
Yeah, probably. Right back to the open, Jared. Fucker.
Well, the entry at 29 doesn't look so bad now that it's up at 39.
No, and
Whatever got
I
in.
was trying to get filled at 26, and it never came back down.
Yeah, I know when those 1 minute candles started making like a U shape right there, I thought about entering on the low and just putting my stop right below it, but I'm trying not to take trades where I'm just like, well, I think this is gonna happen.
Yeah, it's better off just watch. Just the knowledge or the experience is probably more valuable than the execution in that case.
What I think is weird is like at some point something's gonna happen and we're gonna like bust through a bunch of stops, whether up or down, either way, and this thing is just gonna run or something because there's just like so much pent up frustration for how slow it's moving. I'm sure.
So you're saying it's going to run up or down or not?
I just think the slowness of the momentum. Typically, what happens is things start to get really volatile at some point, and then all of a sudden, I'm not saying it's going to go like 50 points or anything like that. I'm just saying that there's going to be a jump. I mean, I guess it kind of did that right there where it jumped up, but I mean, it could probably just do the same thing coming back down.
On 55.
Well, that's my plan. I'm right there with you.
Come on, AMD, what are you doing? Get your shit together.
AMD will follow suit. It just takes time.
Microsoft.
It's definitely behind the curve on the momentum for sure. Like when things started to move back up, it was kind of like, are you sure? Are you really sure? Kind of sat there staring at it for a few minutes before it actually did something. Counts are flipped. Counts are actually higher on the call side. It's not showing yet in the Discord, but it's 40.33. I guess we'll see if that holds.
Look at the tick kind of holding above zero these last 15 minutes here. That's kind of interesting.
There's 4 candles of the weighted AD that are green, and that last one's still going. So no guarantee that isn't turned green too if it doesn't, or if it picks up. Oh, and that is what I was talking about. All that bent up frustration, people are just like, F this. And then they just freaking put in like 1,000 buy order. Getting call counts out of AMD again. It's a good sign for the upside.
When did all that buying come in at? What number was that? Can anyone see it?
It was like 41 3/4.
Oh, so like 42. Crazy.
Oh, that weak spot. But did you wait? Hold on. Did you call it? And I'm just not getting it.
Yeah, I just went.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I was probably stepped away or something.
Now, 45 may show a bit of resistance here just because, remember earlier, this was a big area. So you may get a lot of people just out of last month's range here where they saw everybody sell the 45 and caught a nice short, right? Even Jared caught that nice short from 45. So, you know, people are creatures of habit. They might try to sell again. So you may, you know, that may be a spot to take profit right here if we don't get continuation right away. Because we really don't want to see, I mean, you really don't want to see the market come back below that 41.41. You'd like to see it stay above. Joseph Johnson. Target Trading Academy.
I found out something interesting about Apex accounts. If you let it hit your stop versus actually using your take profit, it uses those that extra whatever above where your stop takes you out as a drawdown, part of your drawdown.
Oh yeah, because it's a trailing drawdown.
No. Oh, trailing drawdown. Yeah, there you go. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a trailing
So
drawdown.
if your profit hits, then you're fine. But if it's your stop hits, it actually still uses it.
Yeah, that's how they get so many people to reset, because they give you the opportunity to over leverage, and you're in a position it goes up 2,000 and then down 1,500, and you know you feel like you made $500, but now you only have a $500 cushion as well. So it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But if you're not over leveraging, you never run into that issue.
That's kind of a tough deal. Oh, sure enough, there was 5 candles green on the weighted, and now we're hitting that last one. The pink one is not being very cooperative.
Yeah, they're just selling that previous area right there. So you just see, like, you know, if they've got the kind of the stones here to really push it back down and hold it below this 41.41. But I mean, that's kind of an expected area to see some selling. And it's just getting rejected right there. Sellers are trapped on the fucking 39.25. Battling over this previous month's high. Ed Kashkari says financial markets will have more confidence. Markets have more confidence than we have that inflation will fall quickly.
IT sector is actually starting to move up. Oh, that was a decent jump.
Shazam! Microsoft's pumping. Come on. Just get to the open so I can take a picture and send it to Jared and tell him to suck a dick.
getting closer to 20% down. Well, at least in one of them. Not sure it's going to make it all the way though. Oh, it did. It closed out one of those singles. So two more
Oh yeah, in that
singles
C period.
and
Yeah.
then, yeah, two more singles and then we're closed out.
And so now's about that time that if you're in a long and you're still running that long, you want to look at the profile kind of like this and treat this C kind of like as a spike or like an excess, right? So expect some pressure up here near the open. I'm so glad Jared used today as the example. That was the best. Fucking 80%. Like, how about this? 80% of the shit that you read is bullshit. is exactly that, bullshit.
Well, especially on YouTube.
That's what I'm saying, on YouTube. That's why what's crazy is people are like, oh, look at this strategy. It's 80% winner. I'm just going to use it tomorrow. No back testing. I just trust it. 80%. Like, what the fuck? Psycho. It's like someone coming to you with their money and be like, hey, can you invest for me? You're like, no problem. I watched YouTube last night. Stayed a Holiday Inn.
Holiday Inn Express, man, get it right.
Holiday Inn Express. And if you look on the 5-day profile here, you can kind of see right where this thing kind of hit the top. You've got this, high volume node right there as well. Kind of a shelf look in between these two. We're right back at that 45 key level from this morning. They front ran the VWAP. Yeah. Yes, that's a good call. Right there.
Where they were just selling it before it got there, just to be certain that it didn't.
I mean, so like they sold the what is that, 48 half? VWAP's at 49 3/4. Yeah. So I mean they're just selling anywhere within probably 5 points of the VWAP. And so like they started selling probably a 40. They probably started selling the 45 and then kept selling until the buyers kind of ran out at the high, and then that's what causes that little pullback right there. Then they cover on the 43 half, and they get back to 45, and we'll see if they start selling it again here. I mean, normally when we see stuff line up like this, like if you just scroll up on your DOM, you'll see kind of big orders just kind of spaced out every 5 points. And those tend to become targets, with 60 being the high one that I see on my chart. So. Shorts are covering right there. Weak shorts are covering. So these shorts that are shorting from 45 and above right here, as we're getting close to the high, that little pop right there from the 45 is caused by weak shorts buying their positions back, kind of in a capitulation because they didn't get the follow through. The real seller comes in and smacks the price down. So we know that pop wasn't necessarily real buyers yet, is what I'm saying. We want to see how it acts at the 50. That'll give us the real.
We also needed to take out those singles, of course.
Yeah, to that A high, that's the 50, or the A low is the
there's
50.
Yeah, yeah. There
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. And then if you even use like, I use what I call Brad prints up to the 52, that B low. So, but if we pop this 50, like that's kind of where this volume shelf's at, 48.50. So it looks like we should trade to 55, 56. How to identify the turn. Step 1. Ask Jared when he's ready to sell. Step 2.
Identify what?
Buy. I said, how do you identify a turn? Step 1.
Oh, there you go.
Ask Jared when he's going to sell. Step 2. Buy. I wish it would just stay all day. Fed Kashkari said that wish we had started tightening earlier, but based on facts we had at the time, Fed's call was reasonable. Elon Musk just tweeted, how times have changed. What does that mean? He texts in code, or he tweets in code. He's a weirdo.
Oh wow, look at that. All green candles all the way up on the weighted.
Yeah, they're slowly trying to climb back towards that 0 level.
They got the last one to be, or that last one that ended pink was pink.
Yeah, I fucking figured it out. Perfect. Yeah, basically they just crushed the volatility, or the implied volatility in AMD on the 31st. That move up, they like crushed the implied volatility. It's pretty fucking
Yeah,
low.
it might not make it back.
Yeah, it needs like a rage, because the IB is just too low.
Well,
But if it gets above 90, it could really start to. I mean, I know that's a ways away, but above 90, it could really start to go. Above 90, you'd probably be
it's
in the
actually
money.
pushing down again.
Oh yeah, coming back into yesterday's high, it looks like.
I may have to take the loss there. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to say whether or not it'll hold that or not. They got to get this through 45 or else it's not going to keep going.
Oh, when it was higher up, your put was winning before this drop. So that was in alignment with the PC numbers.
Say that again.
A few minutes back, as it was dropping, your puts number was higher.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah, the put counts have been a little bit hit and miss today just because of
Right. I see this 37 to 50 and change area is a tough range. Entering new trades at this area is difficult now.
knowing if I should stay into this trade is difficult right now.
What's your entry?
29.50.
Oh, you're in the money. There's nothing to worry
Well, but
about.
still, I mean, I don't, now that I
Well,
know that if I have my drawdown hit my stop, that it
yeah.
affects my drawdown. That's
Sure.
like a
Are you in ES or micros?
micros.
Okay, so that's
Nothing really
green
really
bar. If
horrible.
it goes below 41, then the next support is like 39. So, and below that 37, 38. So it's going upwards now. So you're okay. So now you know where to exit.
I don't know why AMD is not following suit.
Exit at 60.
Well, my exit right now is 54.5.
Mm.
We'll see if it makes it.
That's a 3 ticks above the open high. I mean, the open I have is 53.75.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes even a tick makes a difference for these exact buyers and sellers. Like initially they front ran the VWAP, they ran down. Now at the moment it's a lower high trying to go up. If they break it, pass through the VWAP and go higher.
Just gotta have faith. I call it the Jared indicator.
My only condolences is that NVIDIA made a little bit of money. So at least it's not a complete, loss on loss. But this loss would be substantial if it actually did get booked.
Condolence, or you mean consolation?
What did I say?
Condolence.
Consolation, but I was meaning, yeah, you're right. Consolation. That's the right word. So it's nice that it actually made some money, but AMD is going to outweigh it by 10 times to the downside if this thing continues. So it may not necessarily be much of a consolation if this thing doesn't upswing.
My POC is 39.5, so that's in your favor.
Well, for the ES, yes, but AMD doesn't necessarily
Oh,
stick to it.
no, I'm not talking about.
Yeah, I'm speaking
that's up
about.
to you to deal with.
Yeah,
right?
that's a whole different ballgame. I'm just hoping for a big.
Yeah, and I see this
big push.
fine channel trying to hold the 42 now. Against this red bar, take it out. There it is, green now. What can it do now? Now it's got to take out 46.5, and then 47.5, and then 48, and then 48.25 to fly. Yeah, trying.
I'll be praying for him. The weighted is getting almost above 0. when this thing, if this thing breaks up and gets those singles, there's gonna be again another hard. It's gonna be a massive jump.
Yeah, it's as if they're being very cautious. There they go.
Fly me to the moon. Let me sit. Stop.
Just needed to make it to 54.5. Come on, baby. See if AMD can get some momentum as well. I think if AMD turns positive, I have a feeling that there will be a pretty decent influx of purchases. I think the worst part when you have that many contracts, it's just like, I mean, 1 penny is a freaking
Yeah, every
boatload of
ticket.
movement. It's like difficult just to even watch.
That's why a lot of big traders had their P&L.
Yeah, I don't look at mine at all until the end of the day. I mean, I write them down so you can kind of, pretty good estimate of where I'm going to be at. But if it's on your screen, it fucking drives me mental.
Well, that's part of the reason why I wanted to just let the bot play, but it's really hard when, I mean, the bot is in, I'll just say a lot of contracts.
I think it was an S&B Capital video I was watching where they were talking about how they had the P&L because they just want them to focus on the trade. Because if you're playing a big position, you're watching it change a few $1,000s every second. You're just going to add emotion in unnecessarily.
Well, I can say that it's not changing a few $1,000s every second. Which I guess is good for me.
Well, we just need to get you a bigger account, man. Then you can.
Well, it'll get up there.
Yeah, slowly but surely it will. Yeah.
It'll get there. Just based on the back testing, it's just it's like
Time. Yeah.
freaking
Look at
Novocaine. You
these.
just gotta give it time.
Look at these buggers. Chopping around like hell.
Trap longs on the 47.5 here. Now see liquidation.
Oh, they got screwed. VWAP chasers got hammered.
That's not ideal.
I got out just in time at 46.
Short stuck on the 40 there.
Yeah.
I think it's a 40. I'm pretty far away from the screen, but pretty sure it's 40.
They need to get this thing up above that volume on 44.
I'm gonna test my speaker. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'll leave it on mute now. Got to rest my headset, my ears.
Now we're back to 35% down on the bot.
conflicting
shove this thing
signals.
back
We
down.
could drop a lot if they want to liquidate. Bank of Canada release of deliberations. Bank of Canada. That's what this may be about.
About what?
Bank of Canada rate information.
Oh, is that coming out right now? Natural
Yes,
gas
sir.
is going to be closing at its lowest price since December 28th, 2020. So it's falling off a cliff because the winter wasn't cold.
Stop me out. I think in all but my sim account. Yeah, my sim account's still in. Decent trade, but didn't fix that issue. So still have that drawdown. So now the question is are they going to be able to continue to push it down, or are they going to let it pop back up?
Let's see what Peter thinks. He just put out a tweet.
Good afternoon. What's Peter thinking? 1:24 p.m. Eastern. Tricky market here, I would say. Back above the 8 now. As I sent you guys that picture that it like held perfectly, which it did, and then the market fell down quite a bit. Now you've got back-to-back kind of hammers happening on the 30-minute. Well, I can just switch the chart here in the quad so you can see it to the 30. It's in the ES, actually. We need to be in the cash market, so give me 1 second. Sorry about that. All right, there we go. So if you look in the cash market now, we never got the pinch, really. It looked like it was threatening to pinch by a lot. Kept threatening to pinch, and now we're in this situation here where we've got these kind of reversal bars happening. Now, in the bigger picture, this is still very, very messy. And I have to be honest with you, I do not know what the trajectory is going to be next. We'll see how we close today. Weighted has not gone positive yet. That's important. So we'll see if that gets any positivity here. Remember, if this can't get positive, then you don't have that much of a change in tone. You did get a plus 1,000 tick here on the move up. That's bullish. It's good to see that it's supporting, but you want to see if we see some paint. The majority of the day has still been pretty much negative, and you've got a lot of mix up here, I think, sector-wise as well. Now, in the bigger picture, all we have to do is just do one click here, shift this over to a daily, and again, middle of range, right? As a matter of fact, right now we're trading 41.36 as I'm speaking to you. So obviously we're getting closer to the midpoint of the range, which would be roughly 41.50. And I don't know what's wrong with my chart here. There we go. Which would be roughly 41.50. But again, it doesn't get any, I think, messier than this, because that's exactly where we are. That's also, I'll just pull the chart over here to show you, because I guess I can do that. We're at developing halfback. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but this is the midpoint of today's range. Not to be confused with actual halfback. Actual halfback always references the prior day. In this case, we're talking about the 2-7 session of the FOMC move. This is developing halfback, where we are now, the little line here. And this is also the developing POC, is right where the fairest price to do business. So that's also just like screaming chop that's very difficult to figure out what to do with. And markets kind of, as I'm speaking to you, look at how much it's selling off. But regardless, chop is usually, there's a lot of different things we talk about to identify chop, and identifying chop is most important, because remember, the most important trade you will ever make is the trade that you don't make. Just let that sink in for a second. So this is why I talk about neutral markets so much. When I give you what's Peter thinking, or whatever, I'll talk about neutral markets for a reason, because I want people to be able to identify, neutral markets as they are developing, so that they trade less. Very, very important, because these are the days that are like account killers for new futures traders, or even those of you trying to position yourselves for DTE0 or whatever. These are the days that really hurt people. All right, so just keep that in mind. So the fact is that when the midpoint of the range is is pretty much the same as where the most volume traded, that tells you a lot, basically, about the nature of the day. So basically, that's all. I'll just leave that there. We are back to the 8, which is interesting. As I'm speaking to you, this is just so fluid. Everything's just changing on a obviously on a very quick basis. The 8 and 21 are dead sideways now, pretty much. You can see it there. So there's the 821 touching each other, and they're kind of flattening out to the side. So we'll see what we get. If we stay low here, and by the way, there's only 2 minutes left in this bar, then you've got opposing tails on the 30. And again, about as messy as it can get. So that's it. I will leave it there. All right, you guys be safe out there.
Oh, good to know that we're not the only ones. I have no idea what to do at this point, because there is Peter.
I still feel like it's trying to get back to the upside. I'm not completely convinced it's going to make it, but even with all of the down information, I don't know. It just
The push down definitely
seems
wasn't
strong.
as strong as it looked. That's for sure. Because you look at the weighted only came down, to here, and now we're kind of seeing that short covering. So what's this? 12:05. What time is it? 30. Yeah. And so the tick made a lower low, but price didn't make lower low.
Which is a weak sign, right?
Was that something he sends out every day that you're just listening to?
No, he just tweeted that right now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. It's not really a sign of weakness. It's just not a sign of follow through, because we expect them to short up there, at that gap where those buyers are still trapped, right? But they're just not. They don't get the follow through. If they had follow through, they'd take us back towards that point of control. And that's why I was saying, like, when we start to get up here above this D high, we've really got to split the profile and treat this C as like a spike or like a resistance, right? Because that's kind of how, like, that's what created the excess. So that's where the impulse came from. So that's where we can assume all these buyers that were here before C broke down are still stuck. At least that's how I'm looking at it. I thought we were going to keep going, though. It did look like it, and then just gave up.
Oh, wow. That was a decent drop. What was that all about?
10-minute is overbought. So they dropped good and still going down.
Yeah, now they're getting some follow through. It definitely seems like little tempo pickup. It got rejected. Weighted AD's making a lower low. Ooh. Now we get a tempo pickup. But follow through would be a push through that point of control, I think. Like that would be follow through. Right now you still kind of have that 45-degree angle off of the low, kind of with the little EXS. Waller, inflation remains quite elevated. More needs to be done. There you go. There's your news drop right there, Waller.
But that seems like a bad news is good news because now we're starting to pop.
Well, that's what that came out and then dropped the market, but no follow
And
through again.
Waller is speaking as well.
Yeah, he's on right now.
The Bank of Canada was concerned about the US politics of the debt ceiling issue.
Why? We always do it the last minute. I don't even know why they joke around.
Well, you know how banks are. They got to be conservative.
I mean, of course we're not going to default. I mean, it's just a game.
Microsoft's breaking down too. See how it acts at that 260.
AMD is actually kind of climbing.
Your
Google's
put
back
count
to
is still
8%
high.
down. What was that?
Your put count is still high, 18 to 77 or so.
Yeah. Yep.
But with puts, they have time, so the market can still swing around a bit.
With that H high being right in those singles and at the VWAP. Looking back, would have been a nice little short entry with tight stop.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a good one.
That was also the impulse from this morning.
Blinded by
More
the
C
light.
counts. I got some more C counts in AMD. Not saying it means anything other than it got C counts, but just saying.
Well, that tick's got a pretty big spread. I mean, to go from 1,000 1257. Does seem pretty widespread, or
Say that again. From what?
just noticing how wide of a spread the tick was from a high of 1015 to a low of negative 1257. That's usually means that a lot of volatility, but it really wasn't though. So I don't know.
Well, a pretty, it's like it was almost a 20-point move, almost 17 points from that 48 all the way down.
Yeah.
What's interesting is the tick really didn't like the trajectory of the tick, it's kind of still up. Right, we kind of made a higher high, and it looks like maybe we're getting some topping out here in the tick. So we'd like to see it break over that 500 again, but you kind of see, like, if you were to draw like a little trend here, kind of getting a little bit more green, right? Got red, 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 but now we're starting to see more of that green.
Weighted AD went down a little bit more.
Yeah.
I did get back in
Nice.
at 33 quarter.
On that chart on the top right, there's two gray areas that look like volume profile, but is one like a 1 minute, one a 5 minute, or what are those two different?
This one's the last like 24-hour session. This one is, and then this one is a 5-day. This is the past 5 days on the right side.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Figure if it's gonna take me, it's gonna take me kicking and screaming. That's why I got back in. We're getting closer back to 25% down. So that's not too bad. AMD's trying.
But Microsoft kind of making a little bit of a bounce here, but still looking pretty heavy.
$13 minutes or 12.5 minutes left in this this period before we open up J. I'm kind of curious to see what happens.
We're gonna find out.
Sure enough, I'm gonna.
What?
Until they close hard about 37, it's a choppy mess.
Watch the test of this point of control here. Senate Republicans demand answers on Biden's administration's handling of the Chinese balloon.
Man, that's old stuff. The same thing happened under the previous administration 3 times.
Yeah, except for they didn't shoot it down.
Yeah, and they didn't
Why-
shoot
why-
it down then either. So
I don't know why we would shoot it down. Why wouldn't we? Why would we not take China's word for it that it was a? I mean, they're not an enemy. I mean, they're an ally. So
China,
what if it
an
was?
ally? What are you talking about?
They're not an. They are an ally.
They
We're
are not
at
an
war with
ally.
it.
Oh, come off it.
China is not an ally. I mean, I'm not
By
saying that
by
they're
definition,
not an enemy,
by
but
definition,
they're not an ally.
right? They are an ally. If you're
Friend
not at
of
war
my
with them,
enemy is my friend. Or he's like, if the friend of my enemy is my
China
enemy.
is a competitor.
They're one of our.
After
They're one of our
information.
biggest trading partners. They're one of our biggest trading partners.
Oh
We're
yeah,
not at
big
war-
time.
We're not. They're not enemies of ours. There's no reason we wouldn't take them at their word. I mean, they're not.
I would never take Chinese at their word for it.
I mean, then you can say that about every country. I'm just saying, there's no
But
reason.
you're
to, there's no
asking a
reason to
blanket statement. A balloon over your country? Come on.
You know who we really can't
Full of
trust?
surveillance equipment.
The English. I know they're plotting
Well, if
something.
they were able to tell that it didn't have nuclear weapons on it, I mean, I guarantee there's nothing on that
Yeah,
that
fuck
wasn't
you,
our
bro.
information.
There he is.
What?
Oh my gosh, Tommy, that was awesome.
Trying to get some food in over it.
I was wondering if you're still on. No, fucking England's salty. They're like, oh, fucking, nope.
They're still bitter about the revolution, I'm sure.
Yeah. Like, we'll teach you to throw some tea in to waste some fucking tea, huh? It's like the deepest ploy ever. Take over, like, 500 years later. All these, have you seen that movie Salt? Where Angelina Jolie's like she's Russian in the movie, of course, because like every bad guy in every movie is Russian.
Yeah, I've seen it. I remember seeing that.
Yeah, and like say like a code word and it like unlocks her and she like turns back into her like Russian self. That's what England has. They've got like this code word that's gonna come out and everyone's gonna be like, pfft. Always the people you least expect.
That reminds me of there's a line in the movie Airplane where they're getting ready to land, and then some guy comes over and he pulls the plug out for all of the lights on the runway, and they're like, "What are you doing? Turn or turn. What are you doing? Why are you turning off the lights?" He goes, "Because they won't expect it." Just some random dude. It's a comedy, in case you guys didn't know.
Yeah, Airplane is such a good movie too. Everyone should probably, if you haven't watched it, that should be like a to-do list later on today. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm gonna call it. Got a video game that's just calling my name now. So,
What do you play against? The computer? You against the computer or online?
Oh, online.
Online. Got it.
No, normally Jared and I are on the same team, but we're just like
Oh, right.
competing to get more
Oh, that's what I meant.
kills on each
You
other.
guys do teams, right?
Yeah.
And it's
Oh,
COD, right?
nice.
Modern Warfare.
Modern Warfare, yeah. But yeah, I mean that's like I said. I think as long as this 45-degree angle holds, then we'll probably be okay. But if that thing gives way, well, this is good tapering on the low. So like unless the low gets taken, I think you're probably safe. To build in here and use this C high as kind of your your lower balance here. Because you still have all these buyers previous, and we keep getting nice moves out of this 32. Yeah, we keep getting these nice moves out of this 32. So, so far you're kind of still doing okay, but it's really undecided, I guess. But I think, like I said, it is use that C high as resistance, this E low as support, and then play the balance. But yeah, other than that, you guys have a.
Are you gonna keep the stream up, or are you gonna put it in Discord, or?
I wasn't
you gotta
going
play your
to.
game.
Yeah.
You gotta play your game. You can't do that. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, you
I'll
guys will be
watch.
hearing me yell at the screen.
That's fine. I'll watch. I'll watch Lincoln's.
Okay. Yeah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and make sure you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will catch you all later.